Hello there, my sleepy citizens. Tonight, we journey into the shadowed streets of Gotham City, where mysteries lurk and the Dark Knight stands vigilant against the forces of chaos. We bring you tales of Batman, uncovering different sides of the man behind the mask. And as our journey through these stories winds down, a calm ambience of Gotham's streets will carry you throughout the night, bringing you to restful sleep without interruptions from any ads. If you enjoy these tales, please be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what story you'd like to hear next. But for now, let's get cozy and step into the world of Gotham. Rain had been falling on Gotham for 3 days, a gentle but persistent drizzle that turned the city's harsh edges soft and dreamlike. From his position atop the Gotham General Hospital, Batman watched water cascade down fire escapes and pool in alleyways, transforming familiar streets into something that belonged more in memory than reality. The rain carried with it an unusual quality tonight, a heaviness that seemed to press against the mind, rather than just the body. Another emergency admission. Oracle's voice came through his cowl, barely audible above the steady patter of raindrops. Third one tonight, all presenting with severe night terrors that persist after waking. Batman studied the city below, noting how the constant moisture made everything shimmer under the neon signs and streetlights. Even from this height, he could see people moving differently than usual, hesitant steps, frequent glances over shoulders, the body language of those who couldn't quite trust their own perceptions. Pattern analysis. All victims report the same sequence. Dreams that feel more real than reality, childhood fears manifesting with adult consequences. The hospital staff is calling it mass hysteria, but the neurological scans show unusual activity in the amygdala and hippocampus. Oracle paused, the sound of typing barely filtering through the rain. Bruce, the brain chemistry resembles exposure to fear toxin, but there's something different about the delivery method. Batman moved to the hospital's edge, preparing to descend. How different. It's not showing up in blood work or respiratory analysis. Whatever this is, it's not following Crane's usual patterns. Her voice carried a note of concern. And there's something else, Alfred called. He's been experiencing unusual dreams as well. The rain seemed to intensify as Batman made his way down the building's exterior, each droplet catching light from windows where people lay sleepless, afraid to close their eyes. He'd noticed his own sleep becoming restless over the past 2 nights, filled with shadows that moved wrong and voices that whispered, just beyond comprehension. Wayne Manor felt different when he arrived, the familiar halls somehow more vast and echoing than usual. Alfred met him in the cave, his normally impeccable composure showing subtle signs of strain, a slight tremor in his hands, dark circles under his eyes that spoke of sleep deliberately avoided. "Master Bruce," Alfred said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of unspoken concern. "I've been monitoring the emergency services reports. The pattern is expanding geometrically. Each night, more people affected, and the dreams are becoming more vivid." Batman began removing his cowl, noting how the cave's shadows seemed to shift at the edge of his vision. "You mentioned experiencing symptoms yourself." Alfred nodded, moving to the computer console where medical texts lay open alongside printouts of toxicology reports. "Dreams of my service days, but not as they happened. Twisted versions where I failed to protect those under my care." He paused, his professional demeanor slipping slightly. "They feel more real than my actual memories, Master Bruce. That's what troubles me most." The computer screens flickered as Oracle's analysis populated across multiple monitors. Brain scans showed the affected areas lighting up in patterns that resembled neural mapping, as if someone was deliberately activating specific fear responses based on individual psychological profiles. Crane's methodology has evolved, Batman observed, studying the data. He's not just inducing fear anymore. He's creating personalized nightmares based on deep psychological analysis. But how is he delivering the compound? Alfred asked, settling into a chair beside the console. The rain began the same night as the first reported incidents, but water samples show no trace of any known toxins. Batman moved to the cave's observation area, where rain streaked down the reinforced windows. Perhaps that's because we're looking for the wrong thing. Oracle, what if the rain isn't the delivery method? What if it's the catalyst? Analyzing came the reply through the cave's speakers. Atmospheric pressure changes, electromagnetic variations during precipitation. Bruce, there are reports of unusual electromagnetic anomalies coinciding with the rainfall. If Crane has developed a compound that becomes active in response to specific environmental triggers, he could have distributed it days or even weeks ago, Batman finished, lying dormant until the right conditions activated it. Alfred stood, moving to a section of the cave where he'd assembled various research materials. I've been reviewing your childhood medical records, Master Bruce. After your parents' death, you experienced severe night terrors for nearly 2 years. Dr. Leslie documented specific patterns in your dream cycles. The mention of those dark months sent an unexpected chill through Batman's awareness. The dreams from that time had been vivid beyond description. Endless variations of that night in Crime Alley. Scenarios where he could save his parents if only he moved faster, thought clearer, became something more than a frightened child. The neurological patterns are remarkably similar, Alfred continued gently, as if someone studied those old medical files and designed a compound to recreate that specific type of trauma response. Crane, Batman said quietly. He's had access to Arkham's historical records. If he reviewed the psychological evaluations from my parents' deaths. The implication hung heavy in the rain-soaked air. Someone had weaponized his childhood trauma, turning his deepest fears into a blueprint for terrorizing an entire city. Oracle's voice cut through their contemplation. Emergency at Gotham Children's Hospital. A 7-year-old girl has fallen into what appears to be a catatonic state. The doctors say her brain activity suggests she's dreaming, but they can't wake her up. Batman was already moving toward the Batmobile when Alfred's voice stopped him. Master Bruce, if this compound is designed to exploit childhood trauma patterns, you may be more vulnerable than most. Perhaps I should accompany you. For a moment, Batman hesitated. The rain seemed louder suddenly, and the cave's shadows appeared to pulse with their own rhythm. You're right, he said finally. And Alfred, bring those medical files. If we're going to understand Crane's method, we need to understand how deep trauma manifests in dream states. The drive through Gotham's rain-slicked streets felt like moving through a living nightmare. Traffic lights bled their colors across wet pavement, creating pools of red and green that seemed to shift and move. Pedestrians walked with the uncertain gait of people who couldn't quite trust their footing, and more than once, Batman caught glimpses of movement in his peripheral vision that vanished when he turned to look directly. The electromagnetic anomalies are intensifying, Oracle reported as they navigated through the empty streets. Whatever Crane's trigger mechanism, it's building towards something. Alfred sat quietly in the passenger seat, occasionally glancing at the medical files in his lap. Master Bruce, Do you remember what helped you overcome the night terrors as a child? Batman considered the question as they pulled into the hospital's emergency bay. Time, eventually, and your presence during the worst nights. More than that, Alfred said softly. You learned to recognize the difference between dream logic and reality. The dreams felt real because they contained emotional truth, your grief, your fear, your sense of helplessness. But they weren't factually accurate. Learning to distinguish between emotional truth and literal fact was key to your recovery. Inside the hospital, they were directed to the pediatric wing, where a young girl named Emma lay in a bed surrounded by monitoring equipment. Her parents sat nearby, exhausted and frightened, holding hands as they watched their daughter's closed eyes move rapidly beneath her lids. Dr. Sarah Chen, the attending physician, briefed them quietly in the hallway. Emma went to sleep 3 hours ago and simply won't wake up. Her brain activity shows REM sleep patterns, but intensified beyond anything we've seen. It's as if she's experiencing dreams so vivid that her mind can't distinguish them from reality. Any previous trauma history? Alfred inquired gently. Her parents mentioned she's been afraid of the dark since they moved to a new apartment last month. Typical childhood adjustment fears, nothing unusual. Dr. Chen gestured toward the monitoring equipment. But her neural activity suggests she's experiencing terror levels consistent with actual life-threatening situations. Batman studied the readouts, noting patterns that resembled his own brain scans from childhood. Has she shown any response to external stimuli? Minimal. Sometimes she'll react to sounds or touch, as if they're part of her dream rather than attempts to wake her. Dr. Chen paused, concern evident in her voice. We've had 3 other children present with similar symptoms tonight. Whatever's causing this, it's affecting the most vulnerable first. In the corridor outside Emma's room, Alfred spread the medical files on a nearby table. The pattern is becoming clear, Master Bruce. Crane isn't just triggering fear responses, he's creating self-sustaining nightmare loops. The dreams become so vivid that the mind begins to prefer them to reality, even when they're terrifying. Because the dream offers the possibility of different outcomes, Batman realized. In Emma's nightmares, she might eventually find the light switch, overcome the darkness. In reality, she's powerless. Exactly. And for adults, the same principle applies to their deepest traumas. Alfred's voice carried the weight of understanding. In their dreams, they might save their loved ones, prevent disasters, become the heroes of their own stories. Oracle's voice crackled through Batman's earpiece. I'm detecting a pattern in the electromagnetic anomalies. They're emanating from multiple points throughout the city, but there's a central coordination point. The rain isn't random. It's being influenced by atmospheric manipulation devices. Batman moved to the hospital window, looking out at the city through sheets of falling water. Weather control technology, Crane isn't just waiting for natural rain. He's creating the perfect conditions for his compound to activate. The source appears to be somewhere in the industrial district, Oracle continued. But Batman, there's something else. The electromagnetic pattern is building toward a peak that coincides with the deepest sleep cycle, approximately 3 a.m. If everyone affected by the compound reaches REM sleep simultaneously, mass nightmare event, Alfred concluded grimly. An entire city trapped in fear-induced catatonia. Batman turned back to Emma's room, watching her small form beneath the hospital blankets. Her rapid eye movements had intensified, and the monitoring equipment showed her heart rate spiking as if she were running for her life. Dr. Chen, he called quietly, has anyone tried entering her dream state? The physician looked puzzled. I'm not sure what you mean. Sleep therapists sometimes use guided imagery to help patients navigate nightmares, Alfred explained. If we could establish communication with Emma while she's dreaming, we might be able to guide her toward waking, Dr. Chen considered this. We have Dr. Miranda Wells on staff. She specializes in pediatric sleep disorders. She's been studying the other affected children, trying to understand the dream patterns. Within minutes, Dr. Wells joined them in the corridor. A woman in her 40s with kind eyes and prematurely grey hair. She carried herself with the confidence of someone who'd spent years helping children face their darkest fears. The dreams all follow similar structures, she explained, reviewing her notes. They begin with familiar, safe environments that gradually transform into representations of the child's specific fears. But here's what's unusual. The dreams are internally consistent in ways that normal nightmares aren't. They follow logical rules, cause and effect, almost like designed experiences rather than chaotic fear responses. Crane's background in psychology, Batman observed. He's not just inducing fear, he's crafting nightmare scenarios based on established therapeutic principles. Dr. Wells nodded. And the children are responding as if they're in a virtual reality simulation rather than a dream. They're problem-solving, trying to find solutions which keeps them engaged rather than shocked awake. Alfred studied Emma's brain activity patterns on the monitor. Master Bruce, this resembles the therapeutic techniques we used during your recovery. The dreams that helped you process your trauma were the ones where you remained conscious of your agency within the dream state. Batman felt a chill of recognition. Those dreams had been different. Nightmares where he maintained enough awareness to try different approaches, to learn from each iteration. They'd been more exhausting than regular dreams because his mind had remained partially active, processing and analyzing even while asleep. That's why normal awakening techniques aren't working, he realized. Their minds are too engaged with the dream scenarios to respond to external stimuli. But if someone could enter the dream state with them, Dr. Wells said thoughtfully, provide guidance from within the nightmare itself. Experimental techniques exist, Alfred added quietly. Shared dream induction through synchronized brainwave patterns. The military studied it briefly during my service years, though the technology was primitive then. Oracle's voice interrupted their discussion. Batman, I've located Crane's base of operations, abandoned weather research facility in the industrial district, but the atmospheric manipulation is reaching critical levels. The electromagnetic peak will hit in less than 2 hours. Batman looked around at the assembled medical professionals, then at Alfred's concerned face. We need to split our efforts, find Crane's facility and shut down the weather control, but also help these victims escape their nightmare loops before the mass event occurs. Dr. Wells, Alfred said, would it be possible to establish the shared dream induction with Emma? I have experience with trauma-based nightmares, and I might be able to provide the external guidance she needs. The sleep therapist considered this carefully. It's experimental and potentially dangerous if you become trapped in her nightmare cycle. The risk is acceptable, Alfred replied with quiet determination. This child represents hundreds of others who will be affected if we don't understand how to break Crane's hold. Batman placed a hand on Alfred's shoulder. Are you certain? If something goes wrong, Alfred's expression softened with paternal warmth. Master Bruce, I've spent decades helping you face your darkest dreams. This is simply an extension of that responsibility. Dr. Wells began preparing the necessary equipment while Batman reviewed Oracle's tactical analysis of Crane's facility. The rain continued its steady rhythm against the hospital windows, each drop now carrying the weight of citywide threat. The shared induction will take approximately 30 minutes to establish, Dr. Wells explained as she attached monitoring leads to Alfred. Once you're synchronized with Emma's dream state, you'll have limited time before the neural strain becomes dangerous. Alfred settled into a chair beside Emma's bed, his distinguished features peaceful despite the circumstances. What should I expect once I'm in her dream? Based on her case history, you'll likely find yourself in her new apartment, but transformed by her fears. Dark corridors, shadows that move, doors that lead to unexpected places. Dr. Wells checked the monitoring equipment. Remember, within the dream, you'll have the same agency she does. You can interact with the environment, but you'll also be subject to dream logic. Batman prepared to leave for Crane's facility, but paused at Alfred's bedside. If you encounter representations of your own fears within her nightmare, I'll remember that they're symbols, not reality, Alfred replied calmly. And I'll remember that my purpose is to guide Emma, not to solve my own psychological challenges. The shared dream induction began as Batman departed for the industrial district. Through his earpiece, he could hear Dr. Wells providing gentle guidance to Alfred as the synchronization process established itself. Within minutes, Alfred's brain patterns began matching Emma's REM cycles, their neural activity creating parallel waves on the monitoring equipment. "Alfred," Batman called softly as he drove through the rain-soaked streets. "I'm here, Master Bruce," came the reply, though Alfred's voice carried a distant quality. "I'm in what appears to be Emma's apartment, but the walls are much longer than they should be, and the shadows seem to be moving independently of any light source." The industrial district loomed ahead, its massive buildings obscured by sheets of rain that fell with unnatural consistency. Batman could see the electromagnetic disturbances now, subtle variations in the way streetlights flickered, the pattern of static on radio frequencies. "Emma is somewhere ahead of me," Alfred continued, his voice growing fainter as the dream state deepened. Hugh's calling for her parents, but her voice echoes as if we're in a much larger space than an apartment. Batman located Crane's facility, a converted weather research station surrounded by atmospheric manipulation equipment. The building itself seemed to pulse with electrical activity, generating the electromagnetic field that was catalyzing the fear compound throughout the city. Inside, he found Crane's operation in full swing. Banks of computers monitored brainwave patterns from across Gotham, while atmospheric processors maintained the precise rainfall needed to activate the dormant compound. Crane himself stood before a wall of monitors, watching the nightmare feeds from hundreds of sleeping citizens. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Crane said without turning around. "Fear has always been humanity's most honest emotion. But dreams allow us to experience fear in its purest form, unconstrained by physical limitations." Batman studied the setup, noting the sophisticated psychological profiling equipment. "You've been mapping the city's trauma patterns for months." "Years, actually," Crane replied, finally facing his opponent. "Medical records, therapy sessions, even social media posts, all analyzed to create individualized nightmare scenarios. The compound itself is merely a neural catalyst. The real power lies in understanding what each person fears most deeply." Through his earpiece, Batman could hear Alfred's progress in Emma's nightmare. "I've found her, Master Bruce. She's trapped in what appears to be her bedroom, but the walls keep extending whenever she tries to reach the light switch. I'm going to try to show her that she has more control than she realizes." "The beauty of the system," Crane continued, "is that it's self-sustaining. The more vivid the nightmares become, the more the subjects prefer them to reality. Even terror can be addictive when it offers the promise of resolution." Batman moved closer, analyzing the control systems. "But you've made one critical error, Crane. You've assumed that people want to remain trapped in their fears. Haven't they?" Crane gestured to the monitors showing hundreds of sleeping figures. "Look at them, lost in nightmares, but fighting to solve them, rather than simply waking up. They're more engaged with their fears than they ever were with their daily lives." "Emma," Alfred's voice came through clearly now. I need you to look at me instead of the shadows. The shadows can only exist if you're afraid of them, but you're stronger than you think. On one of Crane's monitors, Batman could see the readout from Emma's room. Her brain patterns were shifting, showing less fear response and more cognitive awareness. Alfred was succeeding in teaching her to recognize her agency within the dream state. That's impossible, Crane muttered, studying his own data. The nightmare loops are designed to be inescapable. Only if the dreamer remains passive, Batman replied, beginning to disable the atmospheric processors. But you underestimated the power of guidance, of having someone to provide perspective from within, the fear itself. The rain outside began to lighten as Batman systematically shut down Crane's weather control systems. Without the precise electromagnetic conditions, the fear compound would lose its potency, allowing natural sleep cycles to resume. Emma's waking up. Dr. Wells' voice came through the earpiece. Alfred guided her to the realization that she could change the dream environment. Once she turned on a light within the nightmare, the entire scenario began dissolving. Crane lunged for a backup control system, but Batman intercepted him easily. Your understanding of fear is too limited, Crane. Fear is only powerful when it remains unconscious. Once someone examines their fears directly, with proper support, ease their control over us. Alfred's voice added, now fully conscious as Emma awakened in the hospital. Master Bruce, Dr. Wells believes we can use this technique to help the other affected individuals. The key is providing guidance from within the dream state, rather than trying to wake them from outside. As the last of Crane's equipment powered down, the unnatural rain finally began to subside. Throughout Gotham, people trapped in nightmare loops would gradually find their way back to natural sleep patterns, their dreams returning to normal processing of daily experiences rather than weaponized trauma responses. At the hospital, Alfred sat with Emma's parents as she slowly regained full consciousness. The little girl looked around with the wonder of someone seeing familiar things with new appreciation. The shadows weren't really there, she told her parents quietly. The nice man in my dream helped me understand that I could make light whenever I needed it. Dr. Wells documented the shared dream induction technique, recognizing its potential for treating severe trauma-based sleep disorders. Alfred's approach was remarkable, she explained to Batman when he returned. He didn't try to eliminate Emma's fears, but rather helped her recognize her own power to address them. In the days that followed, the city slowly recovered from its collective nightmare. The rain returned to normal patterns and people began sleeping peacefully again. Batman worked with Dr. Wells to establish a protocol for helping those who'd been most severely affected, while Crane was returned to Arkham with additional security measures. Alfred, meanwhile, found his own sleep much improved. The nightmares from his service years hadn't disappeared entirely, but they'd lost their overwhelming power. Curious how helping someone else face their fears can diminish the strength of your own, he observed to Batman one evening as they reviewed the case files. Perhaps that's Crane's fundamental misunderstanding, Batman replied. He sees fear as a weapon to be used against others, but fear is actually most powerful when it brings people together, when it creates empathy and motivates protection, rather than paralysis. The rain began falling again as they spoke, but this time it carried only the promise of growth and renewal. In children's bedrooms across Gotham, parents sat beside beds where their young ones slept peacefully, no longer afraid of the shadows that danced on bedroom walls. Emma in particular had developed a new relationship with darkness. Her parents reported that she no longer needed a nightlight, having learned in her dream that she carried her own illumination wherever she went. The nice man told me that being brave doesn't mean not being scared, she told her mother. It means remembering that you can do something about the scary things. Dr. Wells continued her research into shared dream induction, working with Alfred to develop therapeutic applications. They found that many trauma victims could benefit from having a guide within their nightmare experiences, someone to help them recognize their agency and power within even the most frightening scenarios. Batman incorporated these insights into his own approach to protecting Gotham. Fear would always be present in the city, but it didn't have to be overwhelming. With proper understanding and support, even the deepest traumas could become sources of strength rather than paralysis. As the weeks passed, the memory of those 3 rain-soaked days became part of Gotham's collective experience. People who had shared similar nightmares found themselves drawn together, forming support groups and community connections based on their mutual understanding of facing fear with courage. The rain continued to fall periodically, as rain always does, but now it carried different associations. Instead of dread and confusion, it brought thoughts of growth, cleansing, and the quiet courage found in facing darkness with the knowledge that dawn always followed. In Wayne Manor's library, Alfred kept the medical files from Batman's childhood easily accessible, not as reminders of trauma, but as evidence of resilience, proof that even the deepest fears could be transformed through understanding, support, and the simple recognition that no one has to face their nightmares alone. The city slept peacefully, its dreams once again its own, while rain whispered gentle lullabies against windows, where children rested safely, knowing that morning would bring light, and that they carried within themselves the power to illuminate even the darkest corners of their sleeping minds. In the weeks following Crane's capture, Batman found himself drawn to the quieter aspects of his mission in ways he hadn't anticipated. The shared dream experience had revealed layers of Gotham's psychological landscape that traditional crime fighting rarely touched. Oracle's analysis of the citywide nightmare event showed patterns that extended far beyond Crane's immediate victims. Generational trauma, community fears, collective anxieties that shaped the city's character in subtle but profound ways. The compound may be neutralized, Oracle reported during one of their evening briefings, but the psychological impact is still rippling through the population. Sleep clinics are reporting increased demand for therapy, but also something unexpected. People are forming natural support networks based on shared nightmare experiences. Batman reviewed the data from his position in the cave, noting how the crisis had paradoxically strengthened certain community bonds. Shared vulnerability, creating connection rather than isolation. Alfred's technique is being adapted by therapists throughout the city, Oracle continued. The concept of guided dream work is revolutionizing how we approach trauma treatment. Dr. Wells has established a training program for healthcare workers. Alfred emerged from the manor's upper levels, carrying a tea service and settling into his usual chair beside the computer console. The events had aged him slightly, but there was a new lightness in his bearing, the satisfaction of having faced old demons and found them less fearsome than memory had made them. The children have been the most resilient, he observed, pouring tea with steady hands. Emma visits the hospital regularly now, helping other young patients who struggle with nightmares. She's become quite the little counselor, explaining to them how dreams work and what they can do when scary things happen while they're sleeping. Batman accepted the offered cup, noting how the simple ritual of shared tea felt different now, more intentional, more precious. Her parents mentioned she'd started keeping a dream journal, indeed, and not just recording nightmares, but documenting the good dreams as well. She's learning to cultivate positive dream experiences as actively as she learned to transform frightening ones. Alfred's smile carried paternal pride. Children adapt so remarkably when given proper tools and support. The rain had returned to its natural patterns, but Batman found himself more aware of its presence now. Each storm brought memories of those 3 critical days, but they were good memories, moments of connection, breakthrough and healing, rather than crisis and fear. The city's relationship with weather had subtly shifted. People seemed more appreciative of gentle rains, more aware of how atmospheric conditions could affect mood and well-being. Dr. Wells had established what she called the Gotham Dream Study, a research initiative that grew out of her work with Emma and the other affected children. The project examined how urban environments influence sleep patterns and dream content, with particular attention to trauma processing and community resilience. We're discovering that nightmares serve more functions than we previously understood, she explained during a consultation at Wayne Manor, where Alfred had invited her to share her findings. They're not just random fear responses, but sophisticated psychological processing systems. When they become destructive, it's usually because the dreamer feels isolated within the experience. Batman listened from the shadows of the library, appreciating how the conversation wove together scientific observation and practical wisdom. Alfred had become an unofficial collaborator in Dr. Wells' research, his insights into trauma recovery proving valuable to the broader therapeutic community. The shared dream induction technique works because it introduces an element that nightmares typically lack, the presence of a compassionate witness, Alfred noted. Someone who can observe the fear without being consumed by it, and who can remind the dreamer of their agency within the experience. Precisely, Dr. Wells agreed, and we're finding that this principle applies beyond sleep therapy. Support groups, community counseling, even informal neighborhood connections, they all work on similar principles of shared experience and mutual guidance. The conversation reminded Batman of his earliest nights as Gotham's protector, when he'd been driven primarily by anger and the need to prevent others from experiencing his childhood trauma. Now he recognized a more nuanced approach, not just preventing harm, but helping people develop the internal resources to face life's inevitable challenges with courage and community support. Oracle's voice interrupted his reflection. Batman, there's something interesting in tonight's patrol reports. Crime rates in areas most affected by Crane's compound have dropped significantly, but not just because of fear or increased security. Community watch programs have formed spontaneously, neighbors checking on each other, people reporting concerns before they escalate to crisis. The nightmare experience created bonds, Alfred observed. When people shared their deepest fears, even unknowingly, it built empathy and connection. They're looking out for each other in ways they didn't before. Batman considered this as he prepared for the evening's patrol. The city's transformation was subtle but measurable, not the dramatic change that came from defeating a major threat, but the quiet evolution that emerged from collective healing and mutual support. During his patrol through the neighborhoods most affected by the dream crisis, Batman noticed the changes Alfred and Oracle had described. Porch lights stayed on longer, creating networks of illumination through residential areas. Coffee shops reported increased evening business as people chose to gather rather than isolate. Children's playgrounds showed signs of increased adult supervision, parents and guardians forming natural communities around shared caregiving responsibility. At Gotham General Hospital, the pediatric wing had implemented new protocols based on Dr. Wells's research. Parents were encouraged to stay overnight when children experienced trauma, sleep disturbances, and staff had been trained in basic dream guidance techniques. The overall atmosphere felt more nurturing, less clinical. "We're seeing remarkable recovery rates," Dr. Chen reported when Batman checked in on the program. "But more than that, families are developing stronger communication patterns. When children feel safe discussing their dreams and fears, it opens pathways for other kinds of emotional sharing." Emma had become something of a celebrity among the young patients, her natural empathy and hard-won wisdom making her an effective peer counselor. During Batman's visit, she was sitting with a boy who'd been experiencing recurring nightmares about losing his parents. "The scary thing about the dream is that you can't do anything," she was explaining in her matter-of-fact 7-year-old way. "But that's not really true. You can always do something, even if it's small. Sometimes you can make light, or call for help, or remember that someone loves you, even when they're not there." Batman watched from the hallway as the boy's expression shifted from despair to cautious hope. "But what if I can't remember that when I'm dreaming?" "Then you practice when you're awake," Emma replied with the confidence of experience. "You practice remembering that you're brave and that good people are looking out for you. Then, when you're asleep, part of you remembers, even in the scary parts." The simplicity and effectiveness of her approach impressed Batman. Children, it seemed, possessed natural wisdom about fear and courage that adults often overcomplicated. Emma's technique was essentially what Alfred had done for him during his own childhood recovery, providing consistent reminders of safety, agency, and connection. As autumn deepened and the anniversary of the nightmare crisis approached, Gotham had settled into new rhythms. The Gotham Dream study had attracted national attention, with researchers from other cities visiting to learn about community-based trauma recovery. Dr. Wells had published preliminary findings that were revolutionizing sleep medicine and trauma therapy. The Gotham model, as it was becoming known, emphasized the social dimensions of psychological healing. Rather than treating nightmares and trauma responses as purely individual problems, the approach recognized them as community issues that required collective solutions. Alfred had become a frequent speaker at conferences and training sessions, his combination of practical experience and thoughtful analysis making him an effective advocate for integrated trauma care. "The key insight," he would tell audiences, "is that healing happens in relationship. No one recovers from deep fear alone, nor should they have to." Wayne Manor's library had been converted into an informal research center, where Dr. Wells and Alfred collaborated on writing protocols for dream guidance therapy. The space felt more alive than it had in years, filled with purposeful activity and regular visitors who came to share experiences and learn techniques. Batman often found himself in the library during quiet moments, reading case studies and research findings that revealed how his city was healing from wounds both recent and ancient. The work reminded him that protection took many forms, sometimes dramatic intervention, but more often patient support and community building. "Master Bruce," Alfred said one evening as they reviewed the latest research findings, "I've been thinking about how this experience has changed our understanding of the mission." Batman looked up from a report documenting improved sleep quality across affected neighborhoods. "In what way?" "We've always focused on preventing crime and protecting citizens from external threats," Alfred replied thoughtfully. "But this crisis showed us how much internal healing the city needed. Trauma that predated any particular villain, fears that had been accumulating for generations." The observation resonated deeply. Batman's war on crime had always been reactive, responding to immediate threats and obvious villains, but the nightmare crisis had revealed subtler forms of harm, the way fear could accumulate in communities, how isolation could amplify trauma, the importance of connection and mutual support in maintaining psychological health. "Oracle," Batman called softly. "Analysis of long-term crime patterns in areas where community support networks have strengthened." Significant decreases across all categories, she replied promptly. But the interesting part is the change in reporting patterns. More people calling for help earlier, more intervention before situations escalate, more neighbors looking out for each other. Prevention through community resilience, Alfred noted with satisfaction. People who feel supported and connected are less likely to either commit crimes or become victims. The rain began falling again as they talked, its gentle rhythm against the manor's windows carrying none of the ominous weight it had held during the crisis. If anything, the sound had become comforting, a reminder of how challenges could be transformed into opportunities for growth and connection. Dr. Wells arrived for their weekly consultation just as the rainfall intensified, her presence having become a welcome addition to their evening routines. She carried news from the latest research findings and stories from patients who continued to benefit from the techniques developed during the crisis. Emma has started a dream club at her school, Dr. Wells reported with evident delight. Children meet weekly to share interesting dreams and learn techniques for managing scary ones. The teachers say it's improved overall classroom behavior and peer relationships. Peer support networks forming naturally, Alfred observed. Children teaching children, based on shared experience and mutual care. Batman found himself thinking about his own childhood, imagining how different his recovery might have been if he'd had peers who understood nightmare experiences and could offer companionship through the healing process. The isolation had been as traumatic as the original loss, the sense that his fears were unique and overwhelming. The program is expanding to other schools, Dr. Wells continued, and we're developing materials for parents to help them understand their children's dream experiences more effectively. The key is teaching adults to listen without trying to immediately fix or dismiss what children share. As the evening progressed, their conversation wove together research findings, practical applications, and philosophical reflections on the nature of fear and healing. The library felt like the center of something important, not just academic study, but active community building around shared understanding and mutual support. When Dr. Wells departed and Alfred retired for the evening, Batman remained in the library, reading by lamplight while rain continued its steady rhythm against the windows. The case files from the nightmare crisis had become part of the manor's permanent collection, not as trophies of victory, but as reminders of how healing could emerge from the darkest experiences. Outside, Gotham slept peacefully under the autumn rain, its citizens dreaming dreams that belonged to them rather than to their fears. In children's bedrooms throughout the city, young voices shared techniques for managing scary dreams and creating good ones. In adult support groups, people continued processing shared experiences and building networks of mutual care. The transformation hadn't been dramatic or complete. Cities, like individuals, healed gradually and with setbacks, but something fundamental had shifted in Gotham's collective consciousness. A recognition that fear was manageable when faced together, that nightmares could be transformed through understanding and support, and that even the darkest rain eventually gives way to morning light. Batman closed the case files and prepared for his patrol, carrying with him the knowledge that protection took many forms. Sometimes it meant stopping villains and preventing crimes, but sometimes it meant sitting with frightened children, teaching techniques for managing fear, and building communities where people felt safe enough to heal from their deepest wounds. The rain continued falling as he disappeared into the night, its whispers carrying messages of renewal and hope through a city that had learned to transform its nightmares into sources of connection and strength. The rain had been Gotham's teacher, showing the city how storms could cleanse and renew rather than simply frighten. In the weeks that followed the nightmare crisis, Batman found himself drawn to quieter corners of his mission, places where healing happened slowly, like seeds taking root in patient soil. It was during one such contemplative patrol that Oracle's voice carried an unusual note of puzzlement through his cowl. "Batman, I'm getting reports from Gotham Cemetery that don't quite fit normal patterns. Groundskeepers are finding disturbed graves, but nothing's been stolen. If anything, the sites look tended." The cemetery stretched across several acres on Gotham's eastern edge, its ancient oaks and weathered headstones creating a landscape that felt removed from the city's urgency. Batman had always found peace in such places, spaces dedicated to memory and reflection, where time moved differently than in the bustling streets beyond the gates. "Disturbed how?" he asked, making his way through the cemetery's winding paths. Fresh flowers appearing on abandoned graves, weeds cleared from forgotten plots, broken headstones carefully reassembled. Oracle paused, the sound of typing barely audible. The groundskeepers assumed it was volunteer work, but no one's claimed responsibility, and the improvements are happening at night. Batman moved deeper into the cemetery, noting how moonlight filtered through the canopy of leaves, creating patterns of shadow and silver on the moss-covered stones. The recent rains had left everything feeling fresh and clean, the earth rich with the scent of growing things. Near the cemetery's oldest section, where Victorian monuments stood like silent sentinels among towering trees, he found the first evidence of the mysterious caretaking. A grave that had been neglected for decades now bore fresh wildflowers, its headstones scrubbed clean of decades of grime. The surrounding area had been carefully weeded, revealing intricate stonework that had been hidden for years. The pattern suggests someone with significant physical strength, Batman observed, noting how heavy stone fragments had been moved and reassembled with precise care, but also someone who understands the importance of remembrance. As he continued his investigation, moving deeper into the cemetery's heart, where the oldest graves lay beneath ancient trees, Batman felt the familiar tingle of approaching mystery. The rain had taught Gotham about healing, but perhaps the city had other lessons to learn, about memory, about the weight of the past, and about the strange forms that guardianship could take. The stone garden of the dead held its secrets close, but Batman could sense something stirring among the monuments and memories, something that would soon require his attention in ways he couldn't yet imagine. Rain fell steadily over Gotham Cemetery's weathered headstones, each droplet adding to the ancient chorus that had echoed through these grounds for over a century. Batman moved silently between the moss-covered monuments, his cape barely disturbing the rivulets that carved temporary streams through the gravel paths. Even in a city accustomed to strangeness, the recent disturbances here had drawn his attention. Graves found empty at dawn, their occupants vanished without trace of robbery or desecration. The cemetery stretched across rolling hills on Gotham's eastern edge, where the city's founders had chosen to rest their dead far from the industrial heart that would later define their legacy. Ancient oaks and gnarled willows created cathedral spaces between the burial plots, their branches heavy with October's dying leaves and tonight's persistent rain. Steam rose from older headstones, where warm earth met cool air, creating an ethereal mist that seemed to carry whispered names from generations past. "Oracle, any updates on the missing person reports?" Batman's voice was barely audible above the rain's steady rhythm. "7 more filed since yesterday," came Barbara's reply through his cowl, and from families whose relatives were buried in the cemetery's oldest section, the area dating back to the 1880s plague outbreak. No connections between the families, No patterns in their recent activities, just empty graves discovered by mourning visitors. Batman paused beside a particularly elaborate Victorian monument, its carved angels worn smooth by decades of weather. The inscription was barely legible. Martha Cobblepot, beloved daughter, taken by the fever, 1882. Below the main text, someone had recently placed fresh flowers, unusual for a grave more than a century old. The groundskeeper has been maintaining some of these old plots, he observed, noting similar floral tributes on nearby graves. Someone who remembers. Henry Blackwood, Oracle confirmed, been the head groundskeeper here for 43 years. His father held the position before him, and his grandfather before that. The Blackwood family has tended Gotham's dead since the cemetery's founding. A low rumble emanated from beneath Batman's feet, too deep and sustained to be thunder. The sound seemed to originate from the cemetery's heart, where the oldest monuments clustered around a weathered mausoleum that predated most of Gotham's municipal buildings. He moved toward the disturbance, his enhanced hearing picking up harmonics that suggested vast hollow spaces below ground. The Blackwood cottage sat at the cemetery's center, its windows glowing warmly against the rain-soaked darkness. Through those windows, Batman could see an elderly man moving with the careful deliberation of someone who had spent decades navigating uneven ground in all weather. Henry Blackwood was preparing for his nightly rounds, a ritual that, according to Oracle's research, had continued uninterrupted even as the mysterious disappearances escalated. "Mr. Blackwood," Batman called softly, as the groundskeeper emerged from his cottage, wrapped in an oilskin coat that had seen many storms. The old man showed no surprise at Batman's appearance. "Been expecting you," he said simply, adjusting the lantern in his weathered hands. "Ever since the singing started." "Singing?" Henry's expression grew troubled as he secured his cottage door. "Coming from below. Deep harmonies, like voices calling through water. Started 3 weeks ago, same time the graves began emptying themselves." He began walking along a worn path that led toward the mausoleum. "My grandfather told me stories about sounds like that, from when he was young and the old plague victims were still fresh in their rest." They walked together through the rain, Henry's lantern casting dancing shadows on the headstones around them. The groundskeeper moved with the confidence of someone who could navigate these paths blindfolded, his feet finding sure footing despite the muddy conditions. The 1882 outbreak claimed nearly 300 souls in 6 weeks, Henry continued, his voice carrying the cadence of stories told many times. They buried them quick, in layers. Down in the catacombs they carved beneath the cemetery. Meant to be temporary, but the fever broke sudden-like, and folks wanted to forget. Left those poor souls down there, stacked like cordwood. Another rumble shook the ground, stronger this time. Henry's lantern flickered as vibrations traveled through the earth, and somewhere in the distance, a sound that might have been singing echoed from beneath their feet. "There," Henry whispered, stopping beside the central mausoleum. "It's calling them home." Batman examined the ancient structure more closely. The mausoleum predated the standardized construction of Gotham's later Victorian period. Its stone blocks fitted with techniques that spoke of older traditions. Symbols carved into the weathered granite weren't merely decorative. They formed patterns that suggested the building had been designed as more than just a tomb. "Alfred," he sub-vocalized into his cowl, "I need research on the 1882 plague outbreak, specifically the burial procedures for victims, and check our historical records for any mentions of Solomon Grundy." "I'm already ahead of you, Master Bruce," came Alfred's familiar voice. "I've been reviewing the historical archives since the disappearances began. The 1882 plague was more than just disease. It was accompanied by what contemporary accounts describe as unnatural phenomena. Strange lights, voices from empty rooms, and yes, reports of the dead walking. Henry was running his hands along specific stones in the mausoleum's foundation, feeling for something his grandfather had taught him to find. The entrance is here somewhere, hidden so the living wouldn't accidentally disturb the dead, but not sealed proper. They were afraid of trapping something down there that needed to get out. Batman's enhanced vision detected variations in the stone density, hollow spaces, behind what appeared to be solid blocks. The construction was ingenious, creating concealed passages that would be nearly impossible to find without specific knowledge. How do we access it? Same way my family always has, Henry replied, pressing a sequence of symbols carved into the granite, with respect for what lies beneath, and understanding that some things down there never truly died. The mausoleum's entrance swung inward with surprising silence, revealing stone steps that descended into darkness older than Gotham's modern incarnation. Air flowed upward from the depths, carrying scents of damp earth and something else, something that spoke of long years and patient waiting. "I'll go first," Henry said, raising his lantern. "D-paths knew my grandfather's feet, and my father's. They'll remember the Blackwood family." He paused, studying Batman's face in the flickering light. "But you're going down there for a different reason, aren't you? Not just to solve the mystery, but because you understand what it's like to be alone among the dead." Before Batman could respond, Henry began his descent. The stone steps were worn smooth by decades of careful maintenance, each one placed with mathematical precision to create a gradual spiral into the earth's depths. The lantern's light revealed walls lined with carved niches, each containing remnants of the cemetery's earliest burials. Not the ornate caskets of wealthy families, but simple shrouds and wooden boxes that spoke of hurried interments during desperate times. "The plague took rich and poor alike," Henry explained as they descended. "Down here, status didn't matter, only the need to lay the dead to rest before the fever could spread further." His voice echoed strangely in the confined space, creating harmonics that seemed to awaken responses from deeper in the catacombs. The singing became more distinct as they reached the bottom of the stairs. Not one voice, but many, blending in harmonies that spoke of shared sorrow and patient endurance. The sound emanated from passages that branched away from the central chamber, each tunnel leading to sections of the underground cemetery that had been carved from Gotham's living rock. "Master Bruce," Alfred's voice carried concern through the cowl. "I've found Solomon Grundy's original obituary. Cyrus Gold died October 1882 of plague complications, buried in the Gotham Cemetery emergency catacombs. But there's more. Contemporary accounts describe him as a gentle soul, a man who cared for orphans during the outbreak until the fever claimed him." Batman studied the central chamber, noting how the architecture created acoustic effects that would carry sound throughout the underground complex. The singing was coming from all directions now, voices calling to each other across the darkness with patient longing. He's gathering them, Batman realized. Not stealing the dead, calling them home. Henry nodded solemnly. "My grandfather said the plague victims were never properly laid to rest, buried in haste, mourned in fear, forgotten as soon as the danger passed. But their bodies remembered this place, where they first found peace together." A new voice joined the underground chorus, deeper than the others, carrying a bass note that seemed to resonate through the stone itself. The sound spoke of profound loneliness, of decades spent waiting for companions who had been taken from their shared rest and scattered throughout the cemetery above. "Grundy," Henry whispered. "He's been down here all this time." waiting for his friends to come home. Batman moved toward the sound, his enhanced vision revealing the true scope of the catacomb system. Passages extended in all directions, creating a mirror image of the cemetery above ground. But where the upper cemetery had been divided by wealth and family status, down here the plague victims had been laid to rest as equals, their final fellowship transcending the social barriers that had defined their lives. The central passage opened into a vast chamber carved from the bedrock beneath Gotham's foundation. Here, niches lined the walls in careful rows, each containing the remains of plague victims who had died within days of each other more than a century ago. But many of the niches stood empty now, their occupants having answered the call that echoed through the darkness. At the chamber's heart sat Solomon Grundy, no longer the shambling monster of legend, but something far more poignant. The years had changed him, softening the crude reanimation that had once driven him to rage. Now he sat surrounded by the gentle spirits of his fellow plague victims, his massive hands cradling flowers that Henry had placed on graves throughout the decades, tributes to the forgotten dead that had somehow found their way to their intended recipients. Grundy lonely, the giant figure said simply, his voice carrying the same patient sorrow that colored the underground singing. Friends went away, up to sleep in cold ground, alone. Grundy called them back, so we sing together again. Batman approached slowly, understanding that this was not a creature to be fought, but a soul to be comforted. They weren't taken from you, Grundy. They were moved so families could visit them, remember them. No, remember, Grundy replied sadly. Names on stones go grey, flowers stop coming. Only Henry remember, bring flowers, sing old songs. But friends still lonely up there, in cold earth by themselves. Henry stepped forward, his lantern illuminating the scene with warm golden light. I remember them all, Grundy. Every name, every story my grandfather told me. Martha Cobblepot, who gave her last bread to hungry children. Thomas Webb, who carried medicine to the sick until he caught the fever himself. Sarah Mills, who sang lullabies to ease the dying. As Henry spoke each name, the corresponding spirit seemed to glow more brightly in the chamber, acknowledged and honored by someone who had kept their memory alive across generations. Grundy's expression softened further, understanding that he was not the only one who remembered these forgotten souls. Alfred, Batman subvocalized, what can you tell me about proper burial rites for plague victims of that era? Fascinating research, Master Bruce, came the reply. Victorian mourning customs were quite elaborate, but the plague outbreak forced abbreviated ceremonies. Many families were never able to properly honor their dead. No wakes, no extended mourning periods, no time for the social rituals that helped communities process grief. Batman studied the arrangement of spirits around Grundy, recognizing something profound in their peaceful gathering. They're holding the wake they never had, completing the mourning process that was interrupted by fear and haste. Grundy protect friends, the gentle giant explained. Keep them together, keep them safe. Sing old songs Henry's grandfather taught before he forget and go away too. The chamber filled with the sound of remembered lullabies as the spirits responded to Grundy's words. These were songs that had comforted the dying during the plague outbreak, melodies that had carried frightened souls toward their final rest. Now they served a different purpose, binding a community of the dead in fellowship that transcended the boundaries between life and death. Henry began singing along, his weathered voice joining the spectral chorus and songs his family had preserved for generations. The harmonies created by living and dead together filled the chamber with warmth that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with the power of shared memory. "There's something beautiful here," Batman observed to Alfred. "They're not trapped or corrupted. They're healing." "Perhaps that's what we all seek, Master Bruce," Alfred replied thoughtfully. "Not to be forgotten, but to be remembered with love. To know that our connections to others survive even death itself." Batman watched as more spirits materialized in the chamber, the missing dead from the cemetery above, drawn by Grundy's patient call and Henry's faithful remembrance. They came not as shambling zombies, but as gentle presences, seeking the community that had been denied them in their hurried burial. "The families above are grieving," Batman said gently to Grundy. "They want to visit their loved ones, bring flowers, share memories. If you keep everyone down here, those connections will be lost." Grundy's expression grew troubled. "Friends afraid up there, cold and alone, no one to sing with. Down here we sing together, stay warm with remembering. But the remembering is stronger when it connects the living and the dead," Henry interjected, understanding flowing between him and the gentle giant. "When families come to visit, bring flowers, tell stories. That's how memory stays alive. That's how love continues." The chamber fell silent as Grundy considered this, his ancient mind working through concepts of love and loss that had driven him to desperate action. Around him, the spirits of the plague victims waited patiently, their fate bound to his decision. "Alfred," Batman said quietly, "is there a way to honor these plague victims properly? Something that would acknowledge their sacrifice, while allowing them to rest peacefully?" "Already in motion, Master Bruce. I've contacted the Gotham Historical Society and several genealogical organizations. There's significant interest in creating a proper memorial for the 1882 plague victims, a recognition that's been overdue for more than a century." Batman turned back to Grundy, seeing hope kindle in the ancient creature's eyes. "What if we could create a place where the living and dead could meet, where families could visit, but your friends could also gather to sing together?" "Memorial garden," Henry added, his voice growing excited. "Above ground, but connected to the catacombs. A place where people could come to remember, and where the spirits could feel welcomed rather than forgotten." Grundy's massive hand reached out to touch the flowers he had been cradling, to tributes that had somehow found their way from scattered graves to this underground sanctuary. "Friends not lonely anymore, living people come, remember, bring flowers every week," Henry promised. "I'll make sure of it. The Blackwood family has tended these dead for generations. We'll continue to tend them properly." The giant figure slowly stood, his movements careful not to disturb the spirits gathered around him. "Grundy, understand. Friends go back to sleep in warm earth, but not alone anymore. Living people remember, bring love down to where dead can feel it." One by one, the spirits began to fade from the chamber, returning to their graves above, with the promise that they would not be forgotten. But their departure was peaceful rather than sorrowful. They carried with them the warmth of community and the knowledge that their sacrifice during the plague outbreak would finally be properly honored. Grundy lingered longest, his ancient form seeming to become more translucent as his purpose reached its fulfillment. "Grundy, stay down here, keep watch, make sure friends rest peaceful, but not lonely now, never lonely again. And Henry will visit," Batman assured him, "every night with songs and stories. The connection between above and below will remain strong." The gentle giant nodded, settling back into his vigil among the empty niches. "Tell Alfred, Grundy grateful, all of us grateful, to be remembered with love, that is enough." As the three living figures ascended from the catacombs, Batman felt the weight of profound understanding settle over him. The mystery of the missing dead had been solved not through violence or capture, but through recognition of a fundamental human need, the desire to be remembered, to have one's existence acknowledged and honored. Master Bruce. Alfred's voice carried warmth through the cowl as they emerged into the rain-washed cemetery above. The Historical Society has already begun planning the memorial. They're calling it the Garden of Remembrance, a place where the 1882 plague victims will finally receive the recognition they deserve. Henry locked the mausoleum entrance carefully, but left specific stones slightly loose, a sign that the passage remained accessible to those who understood its purpose. "I'll come every night," he promised the darkness below. "Bring flowers, sing the old songs, make sure they know they're not forgotten." Batman stood among the weathered headstones as rain continued to fall, each droplet now seeming less like tears of sorrow and more like gentle blessings on the peaceful dead. The cemetery felt different, no longer a place of abandonment and decay, but a sanctuary where love transcended the boundary between life and death. "There's something to be learned here," he said to Alfred as they prepared to leave, "about the importance of remembering, of maintaining connections even when they seem impossible to preserve." "Indeed, Master Bruce. Perhaps that's why the Blackwood family has tended these grounds for so many generations, understanding that caring for the dead is really about nurturing the living, keeping alive the love that death cannot diminish." As Batman made his way back through the cemetery, he noticed changes that had begun even in the short time since Grundy's decision. The flowers on the oldest graves seemed fresher, the mist around the weathered headstones less melancholy. The underground chorus had fallen silent, but it was the silence of peaceful rest rather than lonely abandonment. In the days that followed, word spread throughout Gotham about the planned memorial garden. Families who had lost connection with their plague victim ancestors began visiting the cemetery, bringing flowers and stories that bridged the gap between past and present. The Historical Society's research uncovered hundreds of individual stories. Plague victims who had died as heroes, caring for others until their final breath. Henry Blackwood found himself busier than ever, guiding visitors to specific graves and sharing the stories his family had preserved across generations. The cemetery transformed from a forgotten resting place into a living memorial where past and present mingled in celebration of lives that had been temporarily lost to memory, but never to love. Batman made his own visits to the cemetery, standing quietly among the headstones as evening fell and Henry began his nightly rounds. The groundskeeper's voice could be heard singing old lullabies, the melodies carrying down through hidden passages to where Solomon Grundy maintained his patient vigil. "The singing is different now," Barbara observed during one of these visits, her voice carrying through Batman's cowl as he stood beside a particularly weathered headstone. "Less mournful, more peaceful, because it's not born of loneliness anymore," Batman replied. "It's the sound of community, of connections maintained across impossible distances." Deep beneath their feet, Solomon Grundy sat surrounded by flowers that appeared mysteriously in his underground chamber, tributes from visitors above who somehow understood that their offerings would find their way to grateful hands. He sang along with Henry's lullabies, his deep voice providing bass notes that resonated through stone and earth to reach the peaceful dead in their graves above. The memorial garden took shape over the following months, designed to complement the cemetery's Victorian character while providing space for contemplation and remembrance. At its center stood a fountain whose gentle splash masked the sound of water flowing through hidden channels that carried more than just moisture down to the catacombs below. On the garden's dedication day, Batman watched from the shadows as hundreds of Gotham citizens gathered to honor the plague victims of 1882. Children laid flowers on graves while elderly residents shared stories passed down through family generations. The ceremony concluded with Henry leading the crowd in one of the old lullabies, voices joining across the barriers of age and background. As the last notes faded into evening air, a deeper harmony seemed to answer from beneath the ground, Solomon Grundy's bass voice adding its strength to the community chorus. The crowd fell silent for a moment, sensing rather than hearing the presence that watched over their memorial garden with protective love. "Thank you," a young girl whispered to the earth, placing a hand-picked bouquet on Martha Cobblepot's restored grave marker. "Thank you for taking care of the sick children." In the depths below, Grundy smiled and continued his eternal vigil, no longer lonely, but surrounded by the warmth of remembered love. The plague victims rested peacefully in their graves, tended by living hands, and watched over by a gentle guardian who understood that the greatest victory over death was not resurrection, but remembrance. Batman departed as quietly as he had arrived, leaving the cemetery to its renewed purpose as a bridge between worlds. The mystery of the missing dead had been solved, but more importantly, a community of forgotten souls had been welcomed back into the embrace of human memory. In the Batcave, Alfred was cataloguing the final reports on the case when Batman returned from his evening patrol. "The disappearances have stopped completely," the butler reported, "and the Historical Society has received dozens of donations for maintaining the memorial garden. It seems Gotham has rediscovered its appreciation for honoring the dead." "Some victories aren't about defeating villains," Batman observed, settling into his chair before the computer console. "Sometimes they're about healing wounds that have been ignored too long." "Indeed, Master Bruce, and perhaps there's a lesson in that for those of us who carry our own ghosts." Alfred's voice carried gentle meaning as he continued his work. "The dead we carry need not be burdens if we remember them with love rather than guilt." Batman considered this as he reviewed the night's patrol reports, his thoughts drifting to the peaceful scene in Gotham Cemetery. Henry Blackwood would be making his rounds now, singing lullabies to the dead while Solomon Grundy listened from below, both guardians ensuring that love remained stronger than death in the quiet spaces beneath the stone garden. The rain had stopped, and moonlight now filtered through the cemetery's ancient trees, casting gentle shadows on headstones that no longer stood forgotten. In the memorial garden, flowers bloomed in careful patterns around the fountain, their roots reaching deep into earth that held both the dead and the living memory that kept them eternal. Far below, in chambers carved from Gotham's bedrock, Solomon Grundy tended his own garden of remembrance, surrounded by offerings from the world above, and filled with the music of connections that death could not sever. He was no longer the shambling monster of legend, but something far more profound, a keeper of memory, a guardian of love, a bridge between the world of the living and the eternal peace of the properly remembered dead. The weeks following the memorial garden's dedication brought unexpected visitors to the cemetery. Dr. Sarah Chen, Gotham University's leading archaeologist, arrived with a small team of graduate students to document the catacomb system properly. She had been studying Gotham's underground architecture for decades, but the recent revelations about the plague victims' burial site represented a discovery of unprecedented historical significance. "The craftsmanship is extraordinary," Dr. Chen explained to Batman during one of his evening visits to the cemetery. They stood in the memorial garden as her team packed up their equipment for the night. Whoever carved these passages understood both engineering and acoustics at a level that rivals modern construction. The entire system was designed to preserve the dead while allowing for continued connection with the living world above. Batman had been monitoring the archaeological work carefully, ensuring that the researchers' presence didn't disturb the delicate balance that had been achieved between the living and the dead. Dr. Chen's team had proven respectful, treating the catacombs as both historical site and sacred space. The Victorian-era burial practices were more sophisticated than most people realize. Dr. Chen continued, consulting her notes in the lamplight. But this system goes beyond preservation. It's designed for communication. The acoustic properties allow sound to travel throughout the underground complex, creating a network where the dead could theoretically maintain contact with each other and with caretakers above ground. Henry Blackwood emerged from his cottage, carrying his usual lantern and the leather satchel that contained tools for his nightly maintenance rounds. At 83, he moved with the careful deliberation of someone who had learned to work with his body's limitations rather than against them. "Evening, Dr. Chen," he called softly. "How did the documentation go today?" "Remarkable discoveries," she replied, her academic excitement tempered by respect for the sacred nature of the site. "We found evidence of a sophisticated ventilation system that would have kept the air fresh in the deepest chambers. And the acoustic design, it's like a vast musical instrument, tuned to carry human voices across impossible distances." Henry nodded knowingly. "My grandfather always said the catacombs were built by people who understood that death wasn't the end of conversation. They expected the dead to keep talking to each other, and to those who remembered them, as if summoned by their discussion, a gentle humming rose from beneath their feet. Solomon Grundy's evening song, a melody that had become as regular as the cemetery's other nocturnal sounds. The tune was one of the old lullabies Henry sang during his rounds, but transformed by Grundy's deep bass voice into something that resonated through stone and earth. "He's been more active since the memorial opened," Henry observed. "Not restless, but purposeful, like he's got work to do beyond just watching over the plague victims." Dr. Chen listened intently to the underground music. The acoustic analysis suggests he's not just singing to the dead in his immediate chamber. The sound patterns indicate he's communicating with spirits throughout the entire catacomb system, possibly even reaching graves in the upper cemetery. A conductor, Batman realized. He's organizing a choir that spans the entire cemetery? The implications were profound. If Grundy was indeed facilitating communication between the living and dead throughout the cemetery, then the memorial garden was just the beginning of something larger. A restoration of the connection between Gotham's past and present that had been severed by decades of neglect and forgetting. "There's something else," Dr. Chen said, her voice carrying the excitement of discovery. "We found evidence of other burial sites throughout Gotham that use similar architectural principles. The 1882 plague wasn't the only time the city's dead were laid to rest in specialized underground chambers." She pulled out a hand-drawn map, showing the locations of several forgotten cemeteries throughout Gotham's 5 boroughs. Each one has catacomb systems that appear to be connected through natural cave networks. If our preliminary surveys are correct, there's an entire underground city of the dead beneath Gotham, a network that's been facilitating communication between burial sites for more than a century. Batman studied the map, recognizing several locations where he had encountered unexplained phenomena over the years. Strange lights, voices that seemed to come from nowhere, sensations of being watched by benevolent presences. All of these incidents had occurred near sites marked on Dr. Chen's map. "The city's spiritual infrastructure," he murmured, "an underground network that's been operating parallel to the living city, maintaining connections that we never knew existed." Henry began his nightly walk through the cemetery, his lantern casting familiar shadows on the headstones. As he passed each grave, he spoke softly to the occupants, sharing news from the world above reading letters that had been left by visiting family members, maintaining the personal connections that kept memory alive. "Mrs. Patterson, your great-granddaughter started college this week," he said to one weathered headstone. "She's studying to be a teacher, just like you were. Says she feels you watching over her during her studies." From below, Grundy's humming shifted to harmonize with Henry's words, creating a musical backdrop that seemed to carry the groundkeeper's voice to every corner of the cemetery. Other voices joined in, whispers that might have been wind through the trees, or might have been the Grateful Dead acknowledging the love that kept them tethered to the world of the living. Dr. Chen watched this nightly ritual with fascination. The interaction between the living caretaker and the underground guardian creates a communication system that spans multiple dimensions of existence. It's unlike anything I've encountered in my research, because it's not just archaeology, Batman observed. It's an active, living system that's been maintained through personal dedication rather than institutional preservation. As Henry completed his rounds and returned to his cottage, the cemetery settled into its nighttime rhythm. But it wasn't the silence of abandonment that had characterized the grounds for so many years. Instead, it was the peaceful quiet of a community at rest, a place where the living and dead coexisted in mutual care and recognition. "Master Bruce," Alfred's voice came through the cowl as Batman prepared to leave the cemetery. "I've been researching the other sites Dr. Shen mentioned. Several correspond to locations where you've reported unusual atmospheric phenomena over the years. It appears Gotham's spiritual activity has been far more organized than we realized." "A network of guardians," Batman replied, understanding flowing through him. "Each site has its own version of Solomon Grundy, someone or something that maintains the connection between the living and dead in that area." "The implications are staggering," Alfred continued. "If Dr. Chen's research is correct, then Gotham's dead have been actively participating in the city's spiritual life for generations. The recent disturbances weren't an anomaly. They were the network reasserting itself after years of neglect." Batman stood at the cemetery gates, looking back at the memorial garden where moonlight played across the fountain and flower beds. The archaeological discoveries had revealed the scope of what they had stumbled upon, but the true significance lay in the human connections that had been restored. "Schedule a meeting with Dr. Chen," he instructed Alfred, "and contact the city's Historical Preservation Society. If there's an entire network of sacred sites throughout Gotham, they need to be properly protected and maintained." "Already in motion, Master Bruce. The mayor's office has expressed interest in creating a comprehensive historical preservation program. It seems the success of the Memorial Garden has inspired broader interest in honoring Gotham's forgotten dead." Over the following weeks, Dr. Chen's research team expanded their work to include the other sites marked on their map. Each location revealed similar architectural sophistication. Underground chambers designed to preserve the dead while maintaining their connection to the living world. And at each site they found evidence of active guardianship, though none as immediately visible as Solomon Grundy's presence beneath the cemetery. The Riverside Necropolis, established in 1889 for victims of a factory fire, had its own network of singing voices that rose from hidden chambers during the full moon. The Highland Memorial Park, where early immigrants had been buried far from their native soil, resonated with what locals described as the old language, whispered conversations in dialects that had been forgotten by the living world but preserved by the Grateful Dead. Most intriguingly, the Mount Calvary Cemetery, where Gotham's wealthiest families had built elaborate mausoleums, showed signs of what Dr. Chen termed architectural rebellion. The underground chambers there had been modified over the decades, their original elitist design altered to create more egalitarian spaces, where the dead could gather regardless of their social status in life. It's as if the dead have been reorganizing themselves, Dr. Chen explained during a presentation to the Historical Society, creating communities based on shared experience and mutual care rather than the social hierarchies that divided them in life. Batman attended this presentation in his civilian identity, watching as Bruce Wayne while the city's elite grappled with the implications of Dr. Chen's discoveries. The idea that their carefully preserved family burial sites had been democratically reorganized by the dead themselves challenged fundamental assumptions about legacy and remembrance. But surely the family mausoleums remain intact, protested Veronica Kane, whose grandfather had built one of Mount Calvary's most elaborate monuments. The architectural integrity of these historical sites must be preserved. The structures are perfectly preserved, Dr. Chen assured her, but the underground chambers show evidence of adaptation, passages that connect previously isolated burial sites, acoustic modifications that allow communication between different sections, shared spaces that didn't exist in the original plans. The dead have been doing community organizing, Henry Blackwood observed with gentle humor, creating the fellowship in death that some of them never had in life. This comment prompted uncomfortable silence among the assembled dignitaries, but Batman noticed that several of the society's younger members seemed intrigued rather than disturbed by the implications. The next generation of Gotham's elite appeared more open to the idea that death might be a democratizing force rather than a final expression of social hierarchy. Following the meeting, Batman made his way back to the cemetery for his regular evening visit. The archaeological work had revealed the scope of Gotham's underground spiritual network, but the heart of the phenomenon remained in the connection between Henry Blackwood and Solomon Grundy, a partnership that had restored life to a community of the forgotten dead. As he walked through the memorial garden, Batman reflected on how the case had evolved from a simple missing persons investigation into something far more profound. The disappearing dead had led to the discovery of an entire parallel city beneath Gotham, a network of sacred sites that had been maintaining spiritual connections for more than a century. The city has always been more than just the living, he said to Alfred through his cowl. We've been sharing it with the dead all along, but we forgot how to listen to them. Perhaps that's why places like this cemetery felt so abandoned, Alfred replied thoughtfully. Not because the dead had left, but because the living had stopped participating in the conversation. Deep beneath the memorial garden, Solomon Grundy continued his patient vigil, surrounded now by offerings from visitors throughout Gotham. The simple flowers that Henry had brought for decades had been joined by letters from family members, photographs of descendants the dead had never met in life, and mementos that connected past and present in tangible ways. The gentle giant had evolved in his role as guardian, becoming not just a protector of the plague victims, but a facilitator of communication throughout the spiritual network. His deep voice provided the bass notes that helped coordinate the underground chorus, while his patient presence assured nervous spirits that they were safe to emerge and participate in the growing community of remembered dead. "Randy happy," he said during one of Batman's visits to the underground chamber. "Friends not lonely anymore. Living people remember, bring love, share stories. Dead people sing together, help each other remember too." The transformation was remarkable. What had begun as a desperate attempt to combat loneliness had evolved into a sophisticated system of mutual care that spanned the boundary between life and death. The dead were no longer passive recipients of remembrance. They had become active participants in maintaining the spiritual health of their community. As autumn deepened into winter, the memorial garden took on new beauty. The flowers that had bloomed through the summer gave way to evergreen arrangements that would provide color through the darker months. The fountain continued to flow, its sound carrying down through hidden channels to warm the underground chambers where the dead maintained their eternal fellowship. Dr. Chen's research team had completed their preliminary documentation and departed, but their work had established the foundation for ongoing preservation efforts. The city council had approved funding for maintaining the newly discovered catacomb systems, ensuring that the architectural marvels would be properly protected for future generations. More importantly, they had trained a new generation of caretakers, young people inspired by Henry Blackwood's example to take up the work of tending the dead with love and respect. These modern guardians brought fresh perspectives to ancient responsibilities, using contemporary tools to enhance rather than replace traditional practices. The network is stronger now, Batman observed during his final patrol of the year, not just because we understand it better, but because more people are participating in maintaining it. The cemetery bells were ringing midnight as he spoke, their bronze voices carrying across the sleeping city. From beneath the ground came a harmony of responses, the dead adding their voices to the celebration of time's passage, marking the completion of another year in the eternal cycle of memory and renewal. In the distance, other bells were answering. Church towers throughout Gotham, where similar communities of the living and dead maintained their own connections. Dr. Chen's map had revealed the scope of the network, but the true measure of its health lay in the music that rose from hidden places, the songs that bridged the gap between what was and what continued to be. Solomon Grundy's bass voice provided the foundation for this citywide chorus, his patient love anchoring a community that spanned decades and transcended the boundaries of individual existence. It was no longer the lonely monster of legend, but something far more beautiful, a keeper of memory, a guardian of connection, a bridge between the world of the living and the eternal fellowship of those who were remembered with love. The bells of Gotham's churches had fallen silent with the dawn, their bronze voices giving way to the gentler sounds of a city awakening. Batman stood at the cemetery gates one final time, watching as morning light filtered through the ancient oaks and illuminated the memorial garden, where flowers bloomed in careful patterns around the still fountain. The underground chorus had quieted with the night, but its presence remained, a harmony of connection that would continue long after his footsteps faded from the gravel paths. Solomon Grundy's vigil continued in the depths below, surrounded by the grateful dead who had found their community restored. The gentle giant's transformation from lonely monster to guardian of memory had shown Batman something profound about the power of connection, about how even the most isolated souls could find purpose in protecting what they loved. As he made his way back toward the city center, Batman's thoughts were interrupted by a familiar sound, the sharp electronic pulse that announced an incoming transmission to the Bat signal. Commissioner Gordon would be waiting atop police headquarters, silhouetted against the dawn sky, with news of some fresh mystery that had emerged while Batman tended to older, deeper secrets. But this morning felt different somehow. The discoveries beneath the cemetery had revealed that Gotham was layered with hidden networks, not just the obvious infrastructure of streets and sewers, but subtler connections that linked past to present, memory to hope, the living to those who had passed beyond but not away. If the dead could maintain such sophisticated communication systems, what other hidden messages might be flowing through the city's electronic networks? The bat signal's light cut through the morning mist, its familiar beacon transformed by what Batman had learned in the stone garden. Every signal was a form of communication, every transmission an attempt to bridge distance and connect minds across the spaces that separated them. In the cemetery, that connection had been maintained through song and memory, through the patient devotion of caretakers who refused to let love be diminished by death. But in the electronic realm that increasingly defined modern Gotham, other kinds of messages flowed, coded puzzles and encrypted challenges that spoke to different needs, different hungers for connection and recognition. As Batman moved from the ancient stones of the cemetery toward the steel and glass towers where the city's digital heartbeat pulsed through fiber optic veins, he carried with him the understanding that every mystery was ultimately about someone's desire to be heard, to be understood, to matter. The transition from stone to signal, from memory to riddle, felt as natural as the passage from night to day. In both realms, brilliant minds worked to create connections that would outlast their creators, whether through architectural marvels that carried songs through solid rock, or through electronic puzzles that would challenge and engage future generations of solvers. Perhaps every enigma was, at its heart, a form of memorial, a way of ensuring that the puzzle maker's intellect would continue to spark thought and wonder long after they themselves had passed into whatever realm lay beyond the reach of earthly communication. The cemetery had taught Batman about the power of remembrance. Now the city's electronic networks would reveal new lessons about the endless human need to reach across the void and touch another mind with the fire of understanding. Rain painted Gotham's rooftops in shifting patterns of silver and shadow, each droplet catching the distant glow of the city's lights before disappearing into the darkness below. Batman stood on the edge of Wayne Tower, his cape heavy with moisture as he watched the familiar beacon that had summoned him countless times. But tonight, the bat's signal was wrong, twisted into shapes that hurt to look at, morphing between symbols that seemed almost familiar before dissolving into chaos. The signal had been flickering for 3 nights now, casting strange shadows across the police headquarters rooftop. What should have been the clean, iconic silhouette of a bat had become something else entirely. Geometric patterns that pulsed and shifted, letters that rearranged themselves even as Batman tried to decipher their meaning. Oracle's voice crackled through his cowl, distorted by the same electronic interference that was plaguing communications systems across the city. The signals broadcasting on multiple frequencies simultaneously, she reported, her usual calm strained by frustration. Whatever Riddler's done to the projection system, it's creating cascading interference patterns. Emergency services are having trouble coordinating responses. Batman's jaw tightened as he watched another transformation ripple across the clouds above. This time, the distorted signal formed what looked like a question mark, but one that bent and curved in impossible ways, as if the very air was questioning itself. Rain continued its steady percussion against the city's surfaces, creating a rhythmic backdrop that seemed to match the signal's pulsing changes. "Alfred," Batman sub-vocalized into his comm system. "Are you monitoring the Bat-computer's analysis?" "Indeed, Master Bruce," came the butler's measured response from the cave far below. "I've been tracking the pattern variations for the past 72 hours. The signal modifications appear to follow a mathematical progression, though one considerably more complex than Edward Nygma's usual fare. The mention of the Riddler's real name carried weight in the rain-soaked air. Edward Nygma had always been different from Gotham's other criminals, driven not by greed or rage, but by an impulsive need to prove his intellectual superiority. His crimes were elaborate puzzles, challenges that demanded recognition of his genius even as they caused chaos throughout the city. Batman activated his grappling gun and swung toward police headquarters, rain streaming past his cowl as he moved through the storm. The GCPD building rose through the downpour like a lighthouse of mundane law enforcement, its upper floors crowned by the signal apparatus that had become Riddler's latest canvas. From this closer vantage point, the corrupted signal's complexity became even more apparent. Layers upon layers of encoded information, broadcasting simultaneously across multiple spectrums. Commissioner Gordon was waiting on the roof, his coat collar turned up against the persistent drizzle. The weathered cop's face showed the strain of 3 sleepless nights, dealing with communication failures and increasing reports of system malfunctions throughout the city. It started small, Gordon explained, gesturing toward the signal apparatus. Just minor glitches in the projection system. Our tech department thought it was weather interference. He paused, watching as the signal above them shifted from incomprehensible symbols to what looked like a crossword grid filled with moving letters. Then Riddler's calling card showed up. He handed Batman a soggy envelope that had been pinned to the signal controls with a question mark-shaped pin. Inside, Batman found a single sheet of paper covered with Edward Nygma's distinctive handwriting, precise, almost architectural in its perfection. "Greetings, Dark Knight," the note read. "By now you've noticed that your beacon has become something more interesting. Each night the rain falls, my signals reach further. Each puzzle unsolved erases another piece of Gotham's digital foundation. Hospitals, banks, transportation, all connected, all vulnerable. Solve my riddle in time, or watch the city's information infrastructure dissolve like tears in the rain. P.S. I do hope you appreciate the poetry of using your own symbol against you." Batman studied the letter carefully, his cowl's analytical system scanning for hidden messages or clues embedded in the text structure. "How long have the system failures been occurring?" "Started the same night as the signal corruption," Gordon replied. "Minor glitches at first, traffic lights staying red too long, hospital computers rebooting unexpectedly. But it's escalating. Last night, 3 bank networks went offline simultaneously. No money was stolen, just disrupted." The implications were troubling. Riddler's crimes usually followed predictable patterns. Elaborate setups leading to clear solutions that demonstrated his intellectual superiority, but this felt different, more systematic and far-reaching than his typical puzzles. "I need to examine the signal apparatus," Batman said, already moving toward the equipment housing. The GCPD's signal projector had been modified extensively, though the changes were subtle enough that they might have escaped notice during routine maintenance. Additional components had been integrated into the system, devices that Batman's enhanced vision revealed to be sophisticated signal processors and transmission amplifiers. "Oracle," he subvocalized. "I'm seeing hardware modifications that look professionally installed. This wasn't a quick hack job." "The complexity suggests long-term planning," she agreed. Riddler would have needed inside knowledge of the signal system's specifications, plus access to install these modifications without detection. Batman turned to Gordon. "Who has maintenance access to this equipment?" "Limited personnel only," the commissioner replied. "Our tech officer, Angela Martinez, oversees all signal operations. She's been with the department for 8 years, completely reliable." "I'd like to speak with her." Gordon's expression grew troubled. "That's the problem. She called in sick 3 days ago, right when this started. We haven't been able to reach her since." The pieces were beginning to form a pattern, though one that felt incomplete. Batman studied the modified signal apparatus more closely, noting the quality of the additional components. These weren't improvised additions. They represented sophisticated electronic engineering, the kind that required both technical expertise and significant resources. "Alfred," he said into his comm, "cross-nexorize Angela Martinez with any known associates of Edward Nygma." Look for technical training, communications expertise, anything that might explain her involvement. Searching now, Master Bruce, Alfred replied, though I should note that the Bat computer's analysis of the signal patterns has revealed something interesting. The broadcasts aren't random. They're following a sequence that appears to correlate with classical puzzle structures. Batman's attention sharpened. What kind of puzzles? Crossword patterns primarily. The signal transformations match the grid structures of competition-level crossword puzzles, though with additional layers of encoding. If I may suggest, we might benefit from consulting someone with expertise in that particular field. The suggestion made sense. Riddler's obsession with puzzles often led him to incorporate elements from legitimate puzzle communities, mathematicians, crossword construction. If his current scheme was based on crossword patterns, they would need someone who understood the deeper structures of such puzzles. Do we have any contacts in the crossword community? Batman asked. Alfred's typing was audible through the comm system. There is one possibility. Professor Margaret Whitman, former 3-time national crossword champion. She retired from competition 5 years ago, following a personal tragedy, and has lived as something of a recluse since then. However, her understanding of puzzle construction remains unparalleled. Batman looked up at the corrupted signal, watching as it shifted through another sequence of incomprehensible symbols. The rain continued its steady rhythm, and he could see how the moisture in the air might be amplifying the broadcast signal, extending its reach across the city. Where does she live? The Narrows, in one of the older residential buildings. I should warn you, Master Bruce. Professor Whitman has been quite reluctant to engage with the outside world since her retirement. The Narrows made sense. The old neighborhood's relative isolation would appeal to someone seeking solitude, and its lower cost of living would suit someone on an academic pension. Batman prepared to leave the police headquarters rooftop, but Gordon caught his attention. There's something else, the commissioner said. The system failures aren't completely random. They're hitting infrastructure in a specific pattern, like breadcrumbs leading somewhere. Batman studied the list of affected systems that Gordon handed him. Banks, hospitals, transportation hubs, all critical infrastructure, but also all connected through Gotham's central communications network. If someone wanted to cause maximum disruption while maintaining plausible deniability, this would be an effective approach. Keep monitoring the failures, Batman instructed. Look for any pattern in timing or location. And Commissioner, make sure your emergency services have backup communication protocols ready. If this escalates... Gordon nodded grimly. Already working on it, but Batman, how long do we have? Looking up at the signal as it transformed once again into indecipherable symbols, Batman wished he had a clear answer. Unknown. But Riddler's escalation patterns suggest we don't have long. The journey to the Narrows took Batman through Gotham's quieter districts, where the rain fell more gently on tree-lined streets and residential buildings. The older architecture here told stories of the city's earlier eras, a time when Gotham's growth was more organic, less dominated by the corporate towers that now defined its skyline. Professor Whitman's building was a converted townhouse that had seen better decades, its brick facade weathered but well-maintained. Batman approached with care, knowing that someone who had deliberately withdrawn from public life might not welcome unexpected visitors, especially one arriving in the middle of a rainy night. The building's security was minimal, old-fashioned locks that yielded to his tools without difficulty. But as he climbed the narrow staircase to the 3rd floor, Batman became aware that his approach had not gone unnoticed. A door opened before he could knock, revealing a woman in her 60s with sharp, intelligent eyes that missed nothing. "You're taller than I expected," Professor Whitman said calmly, as if costumed vigilantes regularly appeared at her door during rainstorms. I assume this is about the signal corruption. I've been watching it from my window. Batman paused, struck by her directness. You know why I'm here? The patterns are unmistakably puzzle-based, she replied, stepping aside to let him enter. And given Gotham's history with riddle-obsessed criminals, it doesn't take genius-level deduction to connect the dots. Her apartment was small but meticulously organized, with one wall covered entirely by crossword puzzles in various stages of completion. Though I should clarify, I don't engage with puzzles anymore, not since... She trailed off, her gaze distant. Batman noticed framed photographs on a side table, images of a younger Professor Whitman accepting trophies and certificates, always accompanied by a smiling young man who shared her sharp features. Your son, Batman said gently. Daniel was a puzzle enthusiast as well, she confirmed, her voice carefully controlled. Brilliant mind, absolutely brilliant. He was working on a doctoral thesis about the psychological compulsions behind puzzle creation. What drives people to construct elaborate mental challenges? His research focused particularly on cases where puzzle making becomes obsessive behavior. The connection was becoming clearer. He studied Edward Nygma. Professor Whitman nodded slowly, among others. Daniel believed he could develop therapeutic approaches for individuals whose intelligence had become channeled into antisocial puzzle-making. He was corresponding with several incarcerated criminals, trying to understand the psychological roots of their compulsions. She moved to a desk where rain-spotted papers were scattered among academic journals and correspondence. 3 months before his death, Daniel told me he'd made a breakthrough in understanding how certain puzzle creators think. He said he'd identified patterns that could predict when someone's puzzle making would escalate from harmless intellectual exercise to criminal behavior. Batman studied the photographs more closely. What happened to him? Car accident, she said simply. Rain-slicked roads, just like tonight. He was driving home from a late research session. Her hands moved unconsciously to straighten papers that were already perfectly arranged. After the funeral, I found his research notes. Everything he'd discovered about puzzle psychology, all his correspondence with various criminals. I couldn't look at another puzzle after reading what those minds were capable of. The rain against her windows provided a gentle background rhythm as Batman processed this information. But you still understand puzzle construction better than anyone. Understanding and engaging are different things, Professor Whitman replied. I can recognize patterns, analyze structures, explain methodologies, but I can't participate in solving them anymore. Too many memories. Batman moved closer to the window where she'd been watching the corrupted signal. From this vantage point, the distorted beacon was clearly visible across the city, its impossible shapes casting strange shadows on the low-hanging clouds. The signal patterns, he said carefully. What do you see? Professor Whitman was quiet for a long moment, studying the shifting display above Gotham's skyline. Nested crossword grids, she finally said. Multiple puzzle structures layered on top of each other. Whoever designed this understands advanced construction techniques, the kind taught in graduate-level puzzle theory courses, like the ones your son took. Her sharp intake of breath was barely audible. Daniel's research notes mentioned correspondence with a GCPD technical officer, someone who was auditing puzzle theory courses at Gotham University while working full-time in law enforcement. She turned from the window, her expression troubled. A woman named Angela Martinez. The pieces were falling into place, but the pattern they revealed was more complex than Batman had initially assumed. Martinez wasn't just helping Riddler access the signal equipment. She was using your son's research. It appears so, Professor Whitman said quietly. Daniel believed that understanding criminal puzzle psychology required studying it from the inside, literally thinking like the criminals he was trying to help. If someone had access to his notes, his correspondence, his psychological profiles, they could predict how Riddler thinks, Batman finished, maybe even manipulate his behavior. Professor Whitman moved to her desk and retrieved a thick fold of academic papers. Daniel's final theory was that certain puzzle creators could be influenced by providing them with irresistible challenges, problems that would override their usual patterns and compel specific responses. She opened the folder to reveal pages of psychological analysis and behavioral predictions. If Marturnus understood these techniques, she could control Riddler rather than just working with him, Batman realized. The implications were troubling. Not just a criminal partnership, but a manipulation that used Edward Nygma's psychological compulsions against him. The signal corruption isn't random, Professor Whitman continued, studying pages from her son's research. It's designed to create a specific type of puzzle challenge, one that would appeal to Riddler's need for recognition while serving someone else's goals. Batman's comm system crackled as Alfred's voice came through. Master Bruce, I'm detecting a significant escalation in the signal patterns. The broadcasts are becoming more frequent and reaching wider areas. Additionally, reports of system failures are accelerating across multiple city districts. Looking out at the corrupted signal, Batman could see that Alfred was right. The transformations were occurring more rapidly now, cycling through complex patterns that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the rainfall. Professor, he said, I understand your reluctance to engage with puzzles directly, but if Martinez is using your son's research to manipulate a dangerous criminal, you're asking me to honor Daniel's memory by completing his work, she said softly, by using his insights to stop someone who perverted his research for criminal purposes. Batman nodded. I'm asking for your help to protect the city. Your son wanted to use puzzle psychology to help people. Maybe this is a way to fulfill that goal. Professor Whitman stared out at the rain-soaked city for a long moment, watching the corrupted signal pulse against the clouds. When she finally spoke, her voice carried quiet resolve. I'll need access to current signal broadcasts and any communication intercepts you might have, she said, and I'll want to examine the actual signal apparatus to understand how Martinez modified it. She paused, gathering Daniel's research papers. But I won't be solving the puzzles directly. I'll provide analysis and prediction, help you understand the patterns. The actual solutions will have to come from you. Understood, Batman agreed. Can you travel to the cave? My resources there will give you everything you need. She nodded slowly. It's been 5 years since I've left this apartment for anything other than necessities. But Daniel always said that the most important puzzles are the ones that help other people. She gathered the research materials and a worn jacket. I suppose it's time to honor that belief. The journey to Wayne Manor gave Professor Whitman her first look at the signal corruption from multiple vantage points throughout the city. As the Batmobile moved through Gotham's rain-slicked streets, she observed how the distorted broadcasts were affecting different neighborhoods. The interference patterns are stronger in areas with older communication infrastructure, she noted, studying readings on the vehicle's display systems. Whoever planned this understood Gotham's technical vulnerabilities very well. Martinez had 8 years of experience with GCPD communications, Batman replied, plus access to citywide infrastructure reports through her official duties, and Daniel's research would have given her psychological insights into how to manipulate Riddler's behavior. Professor Whitman added grimly, she's been playing a longer game than either of you realized. They descended into the Batcave through concealed passages that had protected Wayne family secrets for generations. Professor Whitman took in the cave's impressive technology with academic appreciation, though Batman noticed her gaze lingering on the memorial cases that honored fallen allies and victims they'd been unable to save. "Master Bruce," Alfred greeted them as they approached the Bat-computer's main console. "Professor Whitman, welcome to our somewhat unconventional research facility." Despite the circumstances, his manner carried the formal courtesy that had served the Wayne family for decades. "Thank you, Alfred," she replied, "though I should clarify that I'm here as a consultant only. I won't be actively solving any puzzles. That responsibility remains with Batman." Alfred nodded with understanding. "Of course. I've prepared a workspace with all available signal analyses and communication intercepts. Additionally, I've compiled everything we know about Angela Martinez's background and recent activities." The Bat-computer's displays showed the current status of the signal corruption in real time. Multiple screens tracked the broadcast patterns, system failures throughout the city, and predictive models attempting to forecast the next escalation. "The patterns are definitely accelerating," Professor Whitman observed, studying the data streams. "But they're not random. This follows a classic puzzle structure called layered revelation. Each solution reveals part of a larger puzzle, building toward a final challenge." Batman leaned closer to examine the pattern analysis. "How many layers?" "Based on the current progression," Professor Whitman traced the mathematical curves on the display, "I'd estimate we're seeing the third of 5 layers. The final 2 will probably involve direct challenges to Batman specifically, rather than general system disruption." "Meaning the city-wide interference is just preparation for a personal confrontation," Batman concluded. "Exactly. Martinez understands that Riddler's ultimate goal is always to prove his intellectual superiority over you. She's using the infrastructure attacks to create the proper dramatic setting for that confrontation." Alfred's fingers moved efficiently across multiple keyboards as he cross-referenced data from various sources. "I've located Martinez's current position," he announced. "She's established herself in an abandoned communications facility in the industrial district, one of the old relay stations from Gotham's earlier telephone network." The location made tactical sense. An abandoned communications facility would provide both the infrastructure needed for complex signal manipulation and the isolation required for extended criminal activity. "Distance from the GCPD signal?" Batman asked. "Approximately 3 miles, Alfred replied. "Well, within the range of the transmission equipment Martinez has installed." Professor Whitman studied building schematics that Alfred had called up on an adjacent screen. This facility would have access to multiple communication networks, telephone, radio, early cable television infrastructure. Someone with Martinez's expertise could use it to coordinate attacks across the entire city. "And if she's manipulating Riddler using your son's psychological research," Batman said, "she could be controlling when and how he escalates his challenges." Daniel's notes suggest that puzzle-obsessed individuals can be triggered into specific behavior patterns by presenting them with irresistible intellectual challenges, Professor Whitman confirmed. Martinez could be using that to make Riddler dance to her tune while serving her own agenda. Batman prepared to leave for the industrial district, but Professor Whitman stopped him. "There's something else you should understand about Daniel's research. He discovered that the most dangerous puzzle creators are those who've moved beyond seeking recognition for their intelligence. They're the ones who use puzzles as weapons, not to show off but to cause specific calculated harm." "You think Martinez falls into that category?" "I think she's been planning this for years," Professor Whitman replied, "using her position with GCPD to study Gotham's vulnerabilities, auditing courses to understand puzzle psychology, building relationships with criminals who could further her goals. This isn't about intellectual satisfaction, it's about power. The industrial district at night was a maze of abandoned factories and forgotten infrastructure, much of it dating to Gotham's manufacturing heyday decades earlier. Rain collected in puddles that reflected the few functioning streetlights, creating a landscape of shifting shadows and uncertain footing. Batman approached the old communications facility with careful reconnaissance, using his cowl's enhanced vision to map the building's current status. The structure showed clear signs of recent habitation: new power cables running to formerly dead equipment, modified security systems protecting what should have been an empty building. "Oracle," he subvocalized. "I'm seeing significant electrical activity in a facility that's supposed to be abandoned." "Confirmed," she replied. "Power consumption patterns suggest multiple high-energy devices operating simultaneously. And Batman? I'm detecting radio transmissions that match the signal corruption frequencies." Batman moved closer, finding concealed entry points that had been modified recently. Inside, the old facility had been transformed into a sophisticated command center. Banks of modern equipment lined the walls where telephone switching gear had once operated, and multiple displays showed real-time feeds of the signal corruption and its effects throughout the city. Angela Martinez stood at the center of it all, monitoring data streams with professional efficiency. She was younger than Batman had expected, probably in her early 30s, with the focused intensity of someone completely absorbed in complex technical work. Her setup was impressive, representing months or years of careful preparation. But Martinez wasn't alone. Edward Nygma sat at a workstation across the room, surrounded by papers covered with puzzles in various stages of completion. The Riddler looked different than usual, less theatrical, more genuinely focused on the intellectual challenges before him. He was working on what appeared to be a massive crossword puzzle, though one with a grid structure unlike anything Batman had seen before. "The next layer activates in 17 minutes, Martinez called out, checking her equipment status. "Are the challenge parameters ready?" "Nearly complete," Riddler replied, his voice carrying unusual satisfaction. "Though I must admit this approach to puzzle presentation is far more elegant than my usual methods. The technical integration possibilities are remarkable." Batman listened from concealment, trying to understand the dynamic between the two criminals. Martinez seemed to be directing the operation, while Riddler was providing puzzle content, but the relationship felt more collaborative than exploitative. "Edward," Martinez continued, "remember that the final challenges need to be solvable. The goal isn't to create impossible puzzles. It's to demonstrate control over Gotham's information systems, while providing Batman with a path to resolution." "Of course," Riddler agreed. "Though I confess, part of me wonders what would happen if we made one of them truly unsolvable. The psychological impact on our dear Dark Knight could be fascinating." "That's not the plan," Martinez said firmly. "We stick to the agreed-upon structure. Demonstration of capability, escalating challenges, then resolution on our terms." Batman's comm system buzzed softly as Alfred's voice came through. "Master Bruce, the signal patterns are shifting again. Professor Whitman believes we're approaching the 4th layer, which should involve more direct challenges to you personally." Looking at Riddler's workspace, Batman could see puzzles that were clearly designed with Batman's specific knowledge and capabilities in mind. These weren't general challenges, they were personal, incorporating details about Batman's methods and history that only someone with access to GCPD files would know. Martinez has been studying Batman through official police reports, he realized, subvocalizing to Alfred. She knows how he approaches problems, what kinds of challenges would appeal to his detective instincts, and she's using that knowledge to create puzzles that will keep you engaged while she accomplishes her real objectives. Professor Whitman's voice joined the conversation from the cave. "It's a sophisticated manipulation, making you complicit in your own distraction." Batman continued observing as Martinez made final adjustments to her equipment. Whatever the fourth layer involved, it was about to begin. On cue, every display in the facility showed the same image, the bat signal, but restored to its proper form and apparently functioning normally. Layer 4 initiates now, Martinez announced. Edward, begin the personal challenge sequence. Riddler activated a communication system that connected directly to Batman's CAL frequency, something that should have been impossible given the encryption protocols Oracle used. Good evening, Batman, came Riddler's familiar voice, though without his usual theatrical flourish. I trust you've been enjoying our little demonstration of technical prowess. But now we move to more personal matters. On every screen in the facility, and presumably on the real bat signal above GCPD headquarters, a new puzzle appeared. This one was clearly designed specifically for Batman, incorporating elements of Gotham's history, the Wayne family legacy, and details about past cases that only someone with access to comprehensive police files would know. You have 30 minutes to solve this challenge, Riddler continued. Failure to do so will result in the permanent deletion of all digital records related to Martha and Thomas Wayne. Hospital records, legal documents, photographs, everything. Their memory will be erased from Gotham's digital consciousness. The threat was both deeply personal and technically feasible. If Martinez had the level of access she demonstrated, targeting the Wayne family records would be well within her capability. Alfred, Batman sub-vocalized. Can we protect the Wayne family archives? Working on it now, Master Bruce, Alfred replied, though his typing sounded more urgent than usual. However, the records are distributed across multiple systems throughout the city. Comprehensive protection would be challenging. Batman studied the puzzle displayed on the screens around him. It was complex, but not impossible. Exactly the kind of intellectual challenge that would normally appeal to his detective instincts. But now he understood that engaging with it was exactly what Martinez wanted. Professor Whitman, he said into his comm, what happens if I refuse to play? Based on Daniel's research, that would likely trigger an escalation, she replied. Puzzle creators who don't receive the engagement they expect often respond with increased aggression. Martinez probably has contingency plans for non-participation. As if to confirm her analysis, Riddler's voice came through the comm again. Oh, and Batman, in case you're considering ignoring this challenge, I should mention that each minute of delay will result in the deletion of 100 random citizen medical records from Gotham General Hospital. Some puzzles demand engagement, whether you're in the mood or not. The psychological manipulation was sophisticated, creating a scenario where Batman had no choice but to participate in the challenge, regardless of his tactical preferences. Martinez understood both Batman's psychology and Riddler's, using each against the other while serving her own goals. Batman began working on the puzzle, but not in the way Martinez and Riddler expected. Instead of solving it directly, he used his cowl's analytical systems to reverse engineer the challenge structure, looking for clues about Martinez's true objectives. Alfred, this puzzle incorporates details about the Wayne family that aren't in any official records, he observed, information that would only be available through private sources. Most troubling, Master Bruce, I am cross-referencing the specific details mentioned in the challenge. As Batman continued his analysis, a pattern began emerging. The puzzle wasn't just designed to engage his intellect. It was structured to make him reveal information about Wayne family secrets, while appearing to solve a riddle. Each correct answer would confirm details about the Wayne legacy that Martinez couldn't have obtained through official channels. She's not just threatening to delete Wayne family records, Batman realized. She's trying to make me provide information that would let her access private Wayne archives. A fishing expedition disguised as an intellectual challenge, Professor Whitman confirmed from the cave. Daniel's research describes similar techniques, using puzzle solving as a form of involuntary information sharing. Batman stopped working on the puzzle directly and instead began tracing the communication signals back to their source. If Martinez wanted to play games with information, he could play that game better than she could. Oracle, I need you to trace these signals while maintaining the appearance that I'm still working on the puzzle. Make it look like I'm making progress but buying time. Already on it, she replied. And Batman... Professor Whitman has identified something important about the puzzle structure. Professor Whitman's voice joined the conversation. The mathematical progression suggests this is actually the penultimate challenge. There's one more layer planned, something that will require all the information Martinez has been gathering. Batman continued his signal tracing, while maintaining the pretense of puzzle solving. The communication pathways led through several relay points before terminating at the abandoned facility where he was currently concealed. But the routing was more complex than necessary, suggesting that Martinez had additional infrastructure positioned throughout the city. She's got backup facilities, he realized. This isn't her only command center. Multiple locations would make sense, Alfred agreed. If her goal involves long-term control over Gotham's information systems, redundancy would be essential. As Batman worked to map Martinez's complete network, the 30-minute deadline approached. On the screens around him, a countdown timer showed less than 5 minutes remaining before the threatened deletion of Wayne family records would begin. Edward, Martinez called to Riddler. Prepare the transition to Layer 5. Batman's taking longer than anticipated, but his approach patterns suggest he'll solve the current challenge. Fascinating, Riddler replied, studying data feeds that showed Batman's progress. His methodology is more indirect than usual, almost as if he's solving multiple problems simultaneously. That's exactly what he's doing, Martinez said with satisfaction, which means he's playing the game exactly as planned. But Batman wasn't playing the game as planned. He was rewriting the rules entirely. Using the information he'd gathered about Martinez's network, he began implementing a counter-strategy that would turn her own systems against her. Alfred, I'm uploading network topology data to the Bat computer. I need you to prepare a comprehensive counter-intrusion protocol. Understood, Master Bruce. Though I should note that such an approach carries significant risks. If Martinez detects the intrusion attempt, she'll escalate to her final challenge ahead of schedule, Batman finished, which might actually work in our favor. Professor Whitman's voice carried concern. Forcing the final confrontation early could be dangerous. If Martinez hasn't completed her preparations, then she'll make mistakes, Batman replied, and mistakes create opportunities. With 2 minutes remaining on the countdown timer, Batman transmitted his solution to the displayed puzzle. But instead of providing the answers Martinez expected, he sent carefully crafted responses that appeared correct, while actually containing embedded code designed to penetrate her network systems. The effect was immediate. Alarms began sounding throughout the facility as Martinez security systems detected the intrusion attempt. But by then, Batman's code had already begun mapping her complete infrastructure, revealing the full scope of her operation. Clever, Martinez said, her professional calm finally cracking slightly. Though you should realize that forcing my hand like this will make the final challenge considerably more dangerous. I'm counting on it, Batman replied, stepping out of concealment to face both criminals directly. Riddler looked up from his workstation with genuine surprise. You've been here the entire time. Observing our collaboration, his expression shifted from surprise to appreciation. How delightfully recursive, the puzzle solver becoming part of the puzzle he's trying to solve. "It's over, Martinez," Batman said, though he kept his attention divided between both criminals. "I've mapped your entire network. Oracle is already beginning shutdown procedures for your backup facilities." Martinez's smile was cold, but not defeated. "You're assuming that this facility and the backups are my only resources. But you've forgotten something important, Batman. I've had 8 years of access to GCPD systems. 8 years to study not just Gotham's infrastructure, but its protectors." She activated a final sequence on her control systems, and every screen in the facility displayed a new image. Not a puzzle this time, but a detailed schematic of the Batcave itself. "The final challenge isn't a riddle," Martinez explained. "It's a choice. You can stop my attacks on Gotham's digital infrastructure, or you can protect the secrets of your base of operations. But my analysis suggests you can't do both simultaneously." Riddler's eyes widened as he studied the cave schematics. "Remarkable. The engineering alone must have cost... Wait." His expression shifted to concern as he processed the implications. "Angela, this wasn't part of our agreement. You said we were demonstrating technical superiority, not compromising Batman's operational security." "Plans evolve, Edward," Martinez replied dismissively. "Though I appreciate your ethical concerns, they're not really relevant anymore." Batman's comm system crackled as Alfred's voice came through, carrying uncharacteristic urgency. "Master Bruce, we're detecting massive intrusion attempts against all cave systems simultaneously. Professor Whitman and I are implementing countermeasures, but the attack vectors are remarkably sophisticated." "Oracle," Batman sub-vocalized, working on containing the infrastructure attacks. "But Martinez is right. The resource requirements are beyond what we can handle while also protecting the cave," Oracle replied grimly. Looking at the facility around him, Batman realized that Martinez had planned this moment perfectly. She'd manipulated both Riddler and Batman into positions where they would serve her ultimate goal, forcing Batman to choose between protecting the city and protecting his own operational capability. But she'd made one crucial error in her calculations. She'd assumed that Batman would approach this as a solitary problem, trying to handle both challenges through his own resources. What she hadn't anticipated was the collaborative approach that Professor Whitman had brought to the situation. "Alfred," Batman said calmly, "transfer all cave defensive protocols to Professor Whitman's control. She understands puzzle psychology better than Martinez does." "Master Bruce," Alfred replied with concern, "that level of system access is exactly what we need right now," Batman finished. "Professor, can you handle protecting the cave while Alfred and Oracle focus on the infrastructure attacks?" Professor Whitman's voice carried quiet determination. "I haven't solved a puzzle in 5 years, Batman, but protecting Daniel's research from being misused? That's not solving a puzzle, that's honoring his memory." The next few minutes were a complex dance of electronic warfare, as 3 separate teams worked to counter Martinez's attacks. Professor Whitman approached the cave's defense from a puzzle theorist's perspective, anticipating Martinez's attack patterns based on psychological principles rather than purely technical analysis. Meanwhile, Alfred and Oracle combined their efforts to systematically shut down Martinez's infrastructure attacks, using the network topology Batman had mapped to target her systems more efficiently than she could respond. But Martinez wasn't finished. As her attacks faltered, she turned to Riddler with desperate intensity. "Edward, I need you to create one final puzzle. Something so compelling that Batman will have to engage with it directly." Riddler looked between Martinez and Batman, his expression troubled. "Angela, I'm beginning to suspect that your goals and mine aren't as aligned as I initially believed." "Your goals are intellectual recognition," Martinez replied sharply. I'm offering you the chance to defeat Batman definitively. Isn't that what you've always wanted?" "What I've always wanted," Riddler said slowly, "is worthy intellectual opposition, not the destruction of the opponent himself." He stood from his workstation, moving away from Martinez. "I believe I've been manipulated, and I find that considerably more offensive than simple defeat." Martinez's professional composure finally shattered completely. "You're all so predictable. Batman's rigid moral code, Riddler's intellectual vanity, even Professor Whitman's sentimental attachment to her dead son's research. I've accounted for every psychological variable, anticipated every possible response. Except one," Batman said quietly. "You assumed that understanding people's motivations was the same as controlling them. But people aren't puzzles, Martinez. They're not problems to be solved." "Oh, but they are," she replied, reaching for what appeared to be a final failsafe control. "And I've solved all of you." But as she activated her last resort protocol, nothing happened. The facility's systems remained under Batman's control. Her backup network stayed offline, and the cave's defenses held firm against her intrusion attempts. "How?" she demanded, staring at unresponsive control panels. "Professor Whitman predicted your fail-safe strategy based on her son's research," Batman explained. "We've been 3 steps ahead of you for the past 20 minutes. Professor Whitman's voice came through the comm system with quiet satisfaction. Daniel's final theory was that the most dangerous puzzle creators eventually trap themselves in their own constructions. They become so focused on controlling every variable that they lose sight of the larger picture." Martinez looked around the facility that had been her command center, now completely under Batman's control. Her elaborate scheme, months or years in the planning, had collapsed in a matter of minutes once her psychological assumptions proved incorrect. "The signal corruption will be reversed within the hour," Alfred reported. "All affected city systems are being restored from backup archives, and Martinez's intrusion attempts against the cave have been completely neutralized." Riddler approached Batman with uncharacteristic humility. "I owe you an apology. I allowed myself to be used as a tool in someone else's agenda. That's considerably more embarrassing than simple defeat in intellectual combat. What matters is that you recognize the manipulation and chose to step away from it," Batman replied. "Took more wisdom than solving any puzzle." As GCPD units arrived to take Martinez into custody, she made one final attempt to assert control. "You think you've won, but you don't understand the larger picture. This was just a test run, a proof of concept. There are others who will use what I've learned here." "Perhaps," Batman agreed, "but now we understand the techniques they'll use, and we have people who can recognize and counter those techniques." Professor Whitman's voice carried quiet resolve. "Daniel's research was meant to help people recover from puzzle obsessions, not to enable new forms of manipulation. It's time I made sure his work serves its original purpose." As dawn approached and the rain finally began to subside, Batman stood on the GCPD rooftop, watching the signal projector cycle through its diagnostic routines. The familiar bat symbol appeared briefly, clean and properly focused, before the system shut down for maintenance. Commissioner Gordon joined him, looking considerably more rested than he had for the past several days. "Amazing how much quieter the city feels when the communications systems are working properly," he observed. "Martinez won't be the last to attempt this kind of attack," Batman noted. "We'll need better security protocols for critical infrastructure. Already working on it," Gordon confirmed. "Though I have to ask, how did you know Professor Whitman would be able to counter Martinez's psychological strategies?" Batman considered the question as the first hints of sunrise began lightening the eastern sky. She understood something that Martinez missed. Puzzles aren't just intellectual exercises, they're expressions of the people who create them. You can't truly understand a puzzle without understanding the mind behind it. And she understood her son's mind well enough to predict how someone would misuse his research. Better than that, Batman replied. You understood it well enough to honor his original intentions. The comm system crackled as Professor Whitman's voice joined the conversation from the cave. I've been reviewing Daniel's complete research archives. There are therapeutic applications here that could genuinely help people whose intelligence has become channeled into destructive patterns. With proper development, this work could prevent future Martinez-type manipulations. You're considering returning to active research? Batman asked. I'm considering fulfilling my son's legacy properly, she corrected. There's a difference between solving puzzles for entertainment and using puzzle theory to help people. Daniel always understood that distinction. As Batman prepared to return to the cave, Alfred's voice came through with characteristic understatement. An eventful few days, Master Bruce, though I must say Professor Whitman's contributions were invaluable. Perhaps we should consider consulting with puzzle theorists more regularly. Perhaps we should, Batman agreed, looking out over a city where the digital infrastructure was slowly returning to normal, where hospital systems were once again protecting patient data, where the flow of information that kept Gotham functioning had been restored to its proper channels. In the end, Martinez had been right about one thing. People were puzzles, complex systems of motivations and reactions that could be studied and understood. But what she'd failed to grasp was that understanding people wasn't the same as controlling them. The most important human qualities, compassion, wisdom, the choice to do right even when it's difficult, couldn't be reduced to algorithmic predictions. The rain had stopped completely now, leaving Gotham's streets clean and gleaming in the early morning light. From his position high above the city, Batman could see people beginning their daily routines, unaware of how close they'd come to losing the digital systems that connected their lives. It was, he reflected, exactly how it should be. The best victories were often the quietest ones. Crises averted, disasters prevented, the normal flow of life protected, without fanfare or recognition. In a city that seemed to attract larger-than-life villains and dramatic confrontations, there was something deeply satisfying about a threat neutralized through intelligence, collaboration, and the simple human choice to honor the memory of someone who had believed in using knowledge to help others. The bat signal projector completed its diagnostic cycle and shut down, leaving the dawn sky unmarked by symbols or puzzles. Batman took that as a good sign. Sometimes the most profound victories were marked not by dramatic displays but by the peaceful return of ordinary silence. The restoration of Gotham's digital infrastructure had taken most of the morning, but by afternoon, the city's electronic heartbeat had returned to its normal rhythm. Batman stood in the cave watching Professor Whitman pack her son's research materials with careful reverence. The work of countering Martinez's psychological manipulations was done, but the deeper work of healing would take much longer. I'll be converting Daniel's research into therapeutic applications, she said, securing the final folder in her briefcase. Perhaps some good can come from understanding how brilliant minds can be led astray. Alfred approached with tea and the quiet satisfaction of crisis well managed. The signal projector has been thoroughly debugged and secured. Commissioner Gordon sends his thanks for your assistance, Professor. As the afternoon wore on, Batman found himself reviewing incident reports that had accumulated during the 3 days of communication disruption. Most were routine, minor crimes that had been handled by regular GCPD patrols. domestic disputes resolved by social workers, the ordinary challenges of urban life that continued regardless of larger dramas. But one report caught his attention. During the height of the signal interference, when emergency services were struggling with compromised communications, there had been several disappearances near the old industrial district. People who had simply vanished while walking home from late shifts, leaving no trace except concerned family members filing missing person reports that had been delayed by the system failures. Oracle, Batman said, pulling up the case files. Cross-section these disappearances with any unusual activity in the storm drain systems. Already noticed the pattern, she replied, her voice carrying through the cave speakers. The missing persons were all last seen within 6 blocks of major sewer access points, and there have been reports of strange sounds from the underground tunnels, though those got buried under all the communication crisis report. Alfred paused in his tea preparation. Strange sounds, Master Bruce, described as deep growling and heavy splashing, Oracle continued. Maintenance crews have been avoiding certain sections of the tunnel system. They claim it's due to structural concerns, but the reports suggest something else entirely. Batman studied the missing person files more carefully. 7 people over 3 days, all taken during the evening hours when the rain had been heaviest. The storm drains would have been flowing at maximum capacity, creating perfect cover for someone who knew how to move through Gotham's underground systems. Waylon Jones, Batman said quietly, the name carrying weight in the cave's still air. I was hoping it wouldn't come to that conclusion, Alfred replied with characteristic understatement. Though the evidence does seem to point in that direction, Killer Croc had been quiet for months, retreating into the deepest parts of Gotham's sewer system after their last confrontation. Batman had hoped that the solitude and distance from the city's surface chaos might have a calming effect on Jones's troubled mind. But isolation could be a double-edged gift. Sometimes it provided healing, and sometimes it allowed darker impulses to grow unchecked. The timing suggests opportunism, Oracle noted. The emergency services disrupted by the signal corruption, Jones may have seen a chance to act without immediate response. Professor Whitman looked up from her packing. I'm not familiar with this particular case, but Daniel's research touched on individuals whose psychological conditions were exacerbated by social isolation. Sometimes the absence of normal human contact can allow antisocial behaviors to escalate. Batman nodded grimly. Croc's mutation affects more than just his physical appearance. The psychological impact of his condition, combined with years of rejection and violence, created patterns that are difficult to break, but not impossible to redirect, Alfred added with gentle insistence. We've seen glimpses of the man Waylon Jones could still be, given proper support and understanding. The rain had stopped hours ago, but Batman could hear water still flowing through the cave's natural channels, underground streams that eventually connected to the same tunnel system where 7 people had disappeared. The limestone foundations of Wayne Manor had been carved by centuries of water flow, creating the perfect hiding place for someone who understood how to navigate Gotham's hidden waterways. I'll need to go down into the tunnels, Batman said, already planning his approach. But this isn't the kind of confrontation that benefits from direct assault. If Jones has taken hostages, a more delicate approach would be advisable, Professor Whitman agreed. From what you've described, this individual's psychological state makes him unpredictable, but not necessarily unreachable. Batman began gathering specialized equipment for underground work, waterproof communications gear, enhanced breathing apparatus, tools designed for navigating confined spaces. The sewers beneath Gotham were a maze that few people understood completely, But Batman had spent years mapping their complexities. The recent rains will have changed water levels throughout the system, Alfred noted, studying municipal engineering reports. Some passages that were accessible last week may now be completely flooded, and others that were flooded may now be accessible, Batman replied. Jones knows the tunnel system better than anyone. He'll be using passages that regular maintenance crews don't even know exist. As evening approached, Batman prepared for a very different kind of challenge than the intellectual puzzles of the past few days. The sewers demanded physical endurance, environmental awareness, and the kind of patient tracking that couldn't be rushed. Most importantly, they required an understanding that the creature he would face down there was both dangerous predator and suffering human being. Master Bruce, Alfred said as Batman prepared to depart, perhaps it would be wise to remember that monsters are often made, not born. Waylon Jones was a man before he became what the city feared. I'll remember, Batman replied, activating the tunnel entrance that would take him into Gotham's underground maze. But I won't forget that 7 people are missing, and they're counting on me to bring them home. The transition from the cave's controlled environment to the raw, wet darkness of the sewers was always jarring. Here, technology meant less than instinct, and the careful plans that worked on Gotham's streets often had to be abandoned in favor of immediate adaptation to constantly changing conditions. As Batman descended into the tunnels where flowing water echoed off ancient stonework, he left behind the world of signals and puzzles for a more primal challenge. Somewhere in the darkness ahead, in passages carved by time and necessity, a tortured soul waited with answers about 7 missing people. The only question was whether that soul could still remember what it meant to be human. The sound of his footsteps disappeared into the larger symphony of underground water, and Batman followed the flow toward whatever waited in the depths below. Rain drummed against the windows of Wayne Manor with the steady persistence of a heartbeat, each drop carrying whispers of the storm gathering over Gotham. In the cave below, Batman stood before the sonar mapping display, watching as pulse after pulse revealed the city's hidden anatomy, the network of tunnels, sewers, and forgotten passages that formed Gotham's underground circulatory system. The 3rd sinkhole opened on Mercy Street this afternoon, Alfred reported quietly, his voice carrying the weight of growing concern. That makes 7 in the past week, Master Bruce. The pattern is becoming clearer. Batman's cowled figure remained motionless as he studied the data streams flowing across multiple monitors. Each sinkhole appeared random on the surface, but the sonar mapping revealed a different truth. They formed a rough spiral, circling inward toward something deep beneath the city's oldest district. The geological surveys show no natural explanation, he said, his voice barely audible above the cave's ambient sounds. But these readings... He gestured to a display showing seismic activity. Something large is moving down there. Something that knows the tunnel systems better than any city engineer. Alfred approached, carrying a leather portfolio that bore the patina of age. I've been researching the city's historical records, sir. What I found might explain these disturbances. He opened the portfolio carefully, revealing architectural drawings yellowed with time. These are the original plans for Gotham's foundation, dating back to the city's earliest days. Most people assume our sewer system was built in the industrial era, but these show something far older. Batman turned from the monitors, his attention drawn to the ancient drawings. The plans revealed a vast network of chambers and waterways carved into the bedrock itself. Not mere sewers, but what appeared to be a subterranean cathedral of stone and flowing water. An aquifer, Alfred explained, tracing the intricate patterns with one finger. natural springs and underground rivers that the city's founders incorporated into their plans. But look here. He pointed to a series of chambers at the network's heart. These weren't natural formations. Someone, or something, expanded them deliberately. The sonar display pulsed again, its latest sweep revealing movement in the deepest tunnels. Whatever was down there had paused, as if sensing the electronic intrusion from above. Waylon Jones, Batman said quietly, using Killer Croc's real name with deliberate humanity. He's been moving deeper into the system for weeks. TCPD assumed he was just finding new hiding spots, but he studied the correlation between the creature's movement and the surface collapses. He's not hiding. He's protecting something, or protecting us from something, Alfred suggested with characteristic insight. The sinkholes, they're not random destruction, they're warnings. Each one has appeared in areas where heavy construction was planned, as if someone is trying to prevent digging. Batman pulled up the city planning database, overlaying it with the historical maps Alfred had discovered. The pattern became clear immediately. Every proposed construction project that would have penetrated deeply into the old aquifer system had been stopped by a sinkhole opening precisely where the heaviest excavation was scheduled. He's trying to preserve the old water system, Batman realized. But why? What's down there that's worth protecting? Before Alfred could respond, the cave's communication array crackled to life. Oracle's voice emerged from the speakers, carrying an edge of urgency despite her professional calm. Batman, I'm tracking multiple emergency calls from the Waterworks district. Elena Rodriguez, the chief engineer at Gotham Water Authority, has been trying to reach you. She says the pressure readings in the old system have been showing impossible fluctuations. Put her through, Batman replied, already moving toward the Batmobile's launch platform. Elena Rodriguez's voice filled the cave, tinged with the kind of exhaustion that came from sleepless nights spent wrestling with inexplicable data. Batman? Thank God. I've been monitoring our deep sensors for the past month, and what I'm seeing, it shouldn't be possible. Water pressure that builds and releases in patterns that suggest deliberate control. Someone, or something, is managing the flow in the old aquifer system. Have you observed any correlation with the surface sinkholes? Batman asked as he ran final systems checks on the Batmobile. That's just it, Rodriguez replied, her voice gaining intensity. The sinkholes aren't random collapses. They're controlled releases of pressure. Someone with intimate knowledge of our underground infrastructure is using the old system's pressure valves to create precisely targeted structural failures. It's actually brilliant engineering. Alfred leaned closer to the communication array. Ms. Rodriguez, are the old city plans you're working from complete? Do they show the full extent of the original aquifer chambers? A pause filled with the sound of papers rustling. That's the problem, she said finally. Our records only show the parts that were incorporated into the modern system. But based on the pressure readings, there are vast chambers down there that don't appear on any contemporary maps. Spaces that were sealed off decades ago, maybe longer. Batman's jaw tightened as implications crystallized. Someone familiar with both the old and new systems would be needed to coordinate this kind of controlled flooding. Which brings us back to Waylon Jones, Alfred observed quietly. Rodriguez's voice carried a note of reluctant admiration. Whoever's doing this understands hydraulic engineering better than most of our certified professionals. They're not just hiding in the tunnels, they're conducting them like a symphony. The cave fell silent except for the gentle hum of electronics and the distant sound of rain. The Batman studied the combined data one final time. Geological surveys, historical maps, pressure readings, and seismic activity, all pointing toward the same conclusion. "Oracle, I need you to monitor the waterworks system in real time," he said finally. "Alert me to any changes in the deep pressure readings. Alfred, compile everything we know about the original aquifer system. If Croc is trying to protect something ancient, I need to understand what it is before I go down there." "Master Bruce," Alfred said as Batman prepared to depart, "perhaps this is one of those rare occasions where listening might prove more valuable than pursuing. Mr. Jones has shown remarkable restraint. He could have caused much more damage if destruction were his goal." Batman paused at the words, recognizing the wisdom in Alfred's counsel. In the years since his transformation, Killer Croc had often been driven by pain and isolation into acts of violence, but this pattern suggested something different. Intelligence, purpose, even a kind of protective instinct. "I'll approach carefully," Batman agreed. "But people are in danger as long as those sinkholes keep opening. And if something in those deep chambers is causing this behavior..." He left the thought unfinished, climbing into the Batmobile as the platform began its rotation toward the hidden exit. Rain continued its steady percussion against the cave's concealed entrance, washing the city above while mystery stirred in the depths below. The drive through Gotham's rain-soaked streets revealed a city on edge. Emergency crews had cordoned off the latest sinkhole, their floodlights creating harsh pools of illumination in the darkness. Batman could see the geometric precision of the collapse, not the random subsidence of natural settling, but the calculated failure of specific support structures. He parked several blocks away, in an alley that provided access to one of the older maintenance entrances to the sewer system. The rain had intensified, turning gutters into temporary rivers that fed the underground network with fresh runoff. As he descended through the access tunnel, the city's sounds gradually gave way to the whispered conversations of flowing water. The tunnels immediately below street level showed signs of recent passage. Not just the usual detritus of urban drainage, but deliberate modification. Someone had reinforced certain passages while allowing others to flood, creating a system of controlled channels that directed water flow with careful precision. Batman activated his cowl's enhanced vision, switching between multiple spectrums to track the modifications. The work was extensive and intelligent, showing understanding of both structural engineering and hydrodynamics. Whoever had done this possessed skills that went far beyond mere survival instinct. "Oracle," he sub-vocalized into his communicator, "I'm seeing extensive modifications to the upper tunnel system. Professional-grade engineering work. Are you still tracking pressure changes in the deep system?" "Affirmative," she replied, her voice carrying clearly through the waterproof speakers in his cowl. "Elena Rodriguez is monitoring from the waterworks station. She says the deep chambers are showing increased activity, almost like they're responding to your presence down there." Batman continued deeper, following passages that grew older with each downward turn. The modern concrete and steel of the recent infrastructure gave way to older brick, then finally to worked stone that spoke of the city's earliest days. The air itself changed, carrying scents of minerals and deep earth that had been undisturbed for decades. At a junction where 3 passages converged, he encountered the first sign of human habitation in the deep tunnels. A small chamber had been carved out of the stone wall, furnished with salvaged materials arranged with surprising care. A battery-powered lantern provided gentle illumination, revealing books wrapped in plastic to protect them from moisture, and tools that were both well-maintained and clearly used for the tunnel modifications he had observed. "Someone's been living down here," he reported quietly, "not just sheltering, but making a home." Before Oracle could respond, a voice emerged from the shadows beyond the lantern's reach, aged and careful, carrying the distinctive accent of someone who had spent years in Gotham's underground communities. "You're looking for the big fellow. the voice said, without hostility. Been expecting someone like you to come down eventually. Name's Thomas. I've been watching the tunnels for 15 years, and I ain't never seen anything like what's been happening lately. Batman turned toward the voice, his enhanced vision revealing an elderly man whose clothes were weathered but clean, whose bearing suggested intelligence despite his circumstances. Thomas, you've seen Killer Croc recently. Wayland, Thomas corrected gently. He prefers his given name down here. And yes, I've seen him. More than seen him. Been watching him work. Man's got skills you wouldn't expect, considering what the papers say about him. The old man stepped into the lantern's circle of light, revealing a face marked by years but sharp with observation. He's been reinforcing the old chambers, see? Not destroying, protecting. Something's got him spooked, and it takes a lot to spook someone like Wayland. What's he protecting? Batman asked, keeping his voice level and non-threatening. Thomas gestured deeper into the tunnels, where the sound of flowing water grew louder. Follow me, but step careful. The old Aquifer chambers are active again for the first time in decades. Water's rising in places that've been dry since before I was born. They moved through passages that grew increasingly ancient, the worked stone giving way to natural caverns expanded and shaped by centuries of flowing water. The sound of their footsteps was swallowed by the acoustic properties of the deep chambers, creating an atmosphere of profound isolation from the world above. The city records don't show half of what's down here, Thomas explained as they walked. When they built the modern system, they just sealed off the parts they couldn't use. But Wayland, he's been opening them again. Says something's stirring that shouldn't be left alone. Stirring? Batman prompted. Thomas paused at a junction, where the tunnel ahead disappeared into darkness, filled with the sound of flowing water. I've been down here long enough to know the difference between natural settling and something else. The old chambers have been breathing, you might say, pressure building and releasing in patterns, like something large moving around in spaces we can't see. Batman activated his sonar mapping function, sending out pulses that revealed the true scope of the chamber system ahead. The readings were extraordinary. Vast spaces carved out of the bedrock, connected by channels that formed a complex network of flowing water, and, in the deepest chamber, something large and motionless that didn't match any geological formation. The readings show something significant in the main chamber, he told Thomas, something that shouldn't be there naturally. The old man nodded grimly. That's what's got Wayland so worked up. Says it's been there longer than the city, sleeping in the deep water. But all the construction above, all the digging and blasting for new foundations, it's waking up. Oracle's voice crackled through Batman's communicator. Batman, Elena Rodriguez is reporting massive pressure spikes in the deep system. Whatever's down there is becoming more active. As if summoned by her words, a low vibration began to resonate through the stone around them. Not the random settling of geological forces, but something rhythmic and deliberate. The lantern's flame flickered as air pressure shifted and the sound of flowing water changed tone. We need to move, Thomas said urgently. When the deep chamber starts resonating like that, the water levels can change fast. Wayland built escape routes, but you have to know where they are. Batman followed the old man through passages that seemed to twist and branch according to some ancient logic. The vibrations grew stronger, accompanied by sounds that seemed to come from the stone itself. Not the groaning of stressed architecture, but something more organic, like the slow breathing of some vast creature. They emerged onto a stone platform that overlooked the main Aquifer chamber, and Batman's enhanced vision revealed why the sonar readings had been so puzzling. The chamber was vast, its ceiling lost in shadows high above, its floor occupied by dark water that reflected no light, and in the center of that dark pool, something pale and massive rested just beneath the surface. Not a geological formation, but something that had once been alive. Fossil, Thomas said quietly, seeing Batman's reaction, but not like anything in the museums. Wayland thinks it's some kind of prehistoric creature that got trapped down here when the rock was still forming. But lately, the water around the massive form rippled without any apparent cause, and the vibrations in the stone intensified. Whatever was down there, fossil or otherwise, was reacting to something. Perhaps the increasing pressure from the construction above, perhaps something else entirely. "Where is he?" Batman asked, scanning the chamber for signs of Killer Croc's presence. Thomas pointed toward the far side of the chamber, where the stone platform continued around the pool's perimeter. He built himself a workshop over there. Been working day and night on some kind of pressure system, trying to keep the water levels stable. They made their way around the chamber's edge, passing carved channels that directed water flow with mathematical precision. The work showed not just engineering skill, but artistic sensibility, someone who understood that function and beauty were not mutually exclusive. Killer Croc's workshop occupied a natural alcove that had been expanded and reinforced with salvaged materials. The space was surprisingly organized, filled with tools, charts, and mechanical components arranged with careful logic. And in the center, working by the light of several battery-powered lamps, was Waylon Jones himself. He looked up as they approached, his transformed features showing neither surprise nor hostility. "Wondered when you'd find your way down here, Batman. Figured it was just a matter of time." "Waylon," Batman replied, using the man's given name deliberately. "I need to understand what's happening. The sinkholes, the pressure changes. People above are in danger." Killer Croc straightened from his work, revealing the mechanical device he'd been assembling. It appeared to be some kind of pressure regulation system designed to monitor and control water flow through the chamber network. "People above been putting people below in danger for years," he said, his voice carrying old pain alongside current frustration. "Every new foundation they dig, every tunnel they blast, they get closer to waking something that should stay sleeping." He gestured toward the dark pool where the massive form rested beneath the water. "Don't know what it is exactly. Something old, something that was here before the city, before people. But it's connected to the whole water system, and when they shake the ground above," as if responding to his words, another vibration pulsed through the chamber. The water around the submerged form rippled more actively, and pressure gauges throughout Croc's workshop showed spikes that made him move quickly to adjust his jury-rigged control systems. "It's not dead," Batman realized, watching the creature's subtle movements. "It's dormant, but the construction vibrations are stimulating it." "Smart man," Croc acknowledged. "And when it wakes up fully, when it starts moving around down here, all that water's got to go somewhere. Pressure's been building for weeks. Those sinkholes I've been opening, they're relief valves. Let a little pressure out here and there, instead of waiting for the whole system to blow." Thomas nodded from his position near the workshop's entrance. "Wayland's been trying to protect everyone, the folks below and the folks above, but he can't keep the pressure balanced much longer. System's too big, change is happening too fast." Batman studied the pressure readings on Croc's improvised control panel. The data showed a system on the verge of catastrophic failure, not from malicious intent, but from the accumulated stress of decades of urban development above an ecosystem that had remained stable for centuries. "What do you need?" he asked quietly. Killer Croc's expression showed surprise at the question. "What I need is for them to stop digging, stop blasting, give the old creature time to settle back down into proper sleep." He gestured at his workshop with frustration evident in his voice. But I'm just one person down here. And there's construction crews all over the city above. Oracle, Batman subvocalized. I need you to contact Elena Rodriguez. Have her pull up all current construction permits for projects involving deep excavation, and get me building department contacts for emergency construction moratoria. Already on it, Oracle replied. Elena says she can implement emergency water pressure protocols that would shut down any construction requiring deep excavation. But she'll need official authorization. Batman considered the situation rapidly. Above ground, he had resources and connections that could halt the construction threatening the aquifer system. Below ground, Waylon Jones had the knowledge and skills needed to manage the immediate crisis. Thomas, he said, turning to the old man, how many people live in these tunnels? People who would be at risk if the pressure system fails. Maybe 30-40 folks in the deep sections, Thomas replied. Most would have warning, could get to higher ground. But some of the older ones, the ones who can't move fast, I'll make sure they're evacuated safely, Batman promised. Then to kill a croc, and I'll stop the construction that's threatening the system. But I need your help to manage the transition. Can your pressure controls keep things stable for 24 hours? Croc studied his instruments, calculating possibilities. Maybe, if nothing else goes wrong, if the creature doesn't get more agitated. He looked directly at Batman. But why would you help? Most people think I'm just a monster down here. Because you're not, Batman replied simply. You're an engineer protecting his community and trying to prevent a disaster. That makes you exactly the kind of person I work with. The chamber's vibrations intensified again, accompanied by a sound like whale song transmitted through stone and water. The massive form in the pool shifted slightly, sending ripples across the dark surface that lapped at the stone platform's edge. It's beautiful, Thomas said quietly, watching the creature's subtle movements. Terrible and beautiful, like the city itself. Batman activated his communicator. Oracle, initiate emergency protocols. Contact Commissioner Gordon and have him coordinate with Elena Rodriguez on halting all deep excavation projects citywide. Tell him it's a structural emergency that could affect the entire downtown area. Understood, Oracle replied. Elena's already implementing water pressure emergency protocols. She says that should reduce stress on the deep system within hours. Killer Croc adjusted his controls as new pressure readings came in. Systems responding, he reported, some tension leaving his voice for the first time since Batman had arrived. If you can really stop the digging above. I can, Batman assured him. But this is temporary. Eventually the city will need to resume construction. We need a permanent solution. Croc nodded toward his workshop full of salvaged equipment and improvised engineering. Been working on that too. The old system's actually more sophisticated than anything the city engineers designed. If we could integrate the modern controls with the original architecture, a hybrid system, Batman understood. Using the creature's natural regulation abilities as part of the city's water management. Exactly. Let it sleep, but work with its natural rhythms instead of fighting them. Croc's expression showed the passion of an engineer discussing elegant solutions. The old builders, whoever they were, they understood something we forgot. How to work with nature instead of just conquering it. Thomas moved to the platform's edge, watching the dark water with the appreciation of someone who had learned to find beauty in unexpected places. Whalem's right. Down here you learn that the city's got its own life, its own needs. Maybe it's time the folks above learned that too. Batman spent the next several hours working with Killer Croc to stabilize the pressure system, while Oracle coordinated the construction moratorium above. The creature in the deep pool gradually settled as vibrations from the surface decreased, its movements becoming less agitated and more rhythmic. As the immediate crisis passed, Batman found himself studying the hybrid engineering that Croc had developed, a combination of salvaged modern equipment and restored historical infrastructure that created something more effective than either system alone. "You could teach this," he said finally. "Work with the city engineers to implement these solutions officially." Croc's laugh was bitter, but not entirely without hope. "Think they'd listen to someone who looks like me? Someone with my record?" "I think they'd listen to someone who saved their city," Batman replied. "And I think Elena Rodriguez would be very interested in your pressure regulation innovations." The old creature in the pool had settled into what appeared to be deeper sleep, its movements now so subtle they were barely perceptible. The water around it had cleared slightly, revealing more of its ancient form. Not the monster that surface dwellers might imagine, but something that had once been magnificent in its own era. "It's not the only one, is it?" Batman asked, studying the creature's proportions. Thomas shook his head. Waylon's found signs of others deeper down. A whole ecosystem that's been sleeping under the city for who knows how long, all connected through the water system. "Which means all vulnerable to surface disruption," Batman concluded. "This isn't just about one creature or one chamber. It's about recognizing that Gotham exists on multiple levels, and they all need protection." Oracle's voice came through the communicator with a note of satisfaction. "Batman, construction moratorium is in effect citywide. Elena Rodriguez has coordinated with city planning to review all projects for potential impact on the deep water system. And she wants to meet with your engineering consultant as soon as possible." Killer Croc looked up from his control panel, something like hope flickering in his eyes. "You think she'd really work with me, knowing what I am? I think she's an engineer who recognizes elegant solutions when she sees them," Batman replied. "And I think Thomas is right. Maybe it's time for the people above to understand that the city has its own life." As they prepared to leave the deep chamber, Batman took one final look at the ancient creature resting in the dark water. It had been here when Gotham was just an idea, would probably be here long after the current city had crumbled into history. There was something humbling about that perspective, something that put even his mission into a larger context. "Waylon," he said as they gathered their equipment, "when you meet with Elena Rodriguez, remember that you're not just an engineer or a consultant. You're the guardian of something that most people don't even know exists. That's a responsibility I understand." Killer Croc nodded, understanding passing between them. "Been guarding it alone for a long time. Might be nice to have help." "You've had help," Thomas pointed out, gesturing around the chamber. "Every person who lives down here, everyone who's learned to respect what the deep places need. Community's not always about what you can see." They made their way back through the tunnels, following routes that Thomas and Croc had developed over years of careful observation. The water levels had stabilized, the pressure readings were normal, and the ancient creature slept peacefully in its dark pool. As they climbed toward the surface, Batman reflected on what the night had taught him. Gotham's foundations were more complex than its architects had ever imagined, and protecting the city meant understanding all its layers. Not just the visible streets and buildings, but the hidden systems that supported everything above. "Master Bruce," Alfred's voice came through the communicator as they neared the upper tunnels. "I've been monitoring the situation from the cave. How are our friends in the deep chambers?" "Safe," Batman replied. and working on solutions that might change how the city thinks about its own foundations. Excellent. I've prepared hot coffee and dry clothes for your return. And perhaps Mr. Jones would appreciate a proper meal after his weeks of intensive engineering work. Batman looked at Killer Croc, who had spent the night demonstrating that heroism came in many forms. Not always dramatic or publicly recognized, but no less vital for being hidden in the shadows. I think he'd appreciate the company more than the meal, Batman said. It's been a long time since anyone acknowledged him as the protector he's always been. They emerged into the pre-dawn darkness of Gotham's streets, where the rain had stopped and the first hints of sunrise were beginning to touch the eastern sky. The city above was waking to a day that would be safer because of work done in the darkness below. Work that would probably never make the news, never earn recognition, but that had preserved both the urban landscape and the ancient ecosystem that supported it. As they separated to return to their respective worlds, Batman carried with him a renewed understanding of what it meant to be Gotham's guardian. Protection wasn't just about stopping criminals or preventing disasters. It was about recognizing the connections between all the city's layers, honoring the responsibility to preserve what was valuable, whether it was visible or hidden, ancient or modern. The deep waters beneath Gotham flowed quietly in their channels, carrying the dreams of sleeping giants and the hopes of human communities that had learned to find home in the most unexpected places. And in the spaces between surface and depth, between known and unknown, the night's work continued, unseen but essential, connecting all the city's stories into one vast, living narrative of protection and care. In the days that followed, Elena Rodriguez would work with Waylon Jones to develop new protocols for construction near sensitive water systems. Thomas would help coordinate with other underground communities to establish better communication with surface authorities. The ancient creature would sleep peacefully in its dark pool, protected by systems that honored both its needs and the city's growth. But that night, as Batman made his way back through the tunnels toward the surface, the story of the deep chambers was far from over. The ancient creature's stirring had awakened something else in the aquifer system. Not another sleeping giant, but a network of smaller chambers that had remained sealed for decades. Thomas led them through passages that even he had never fully explored, following the sound of moving water to discover spaces that predated Gotham's founding by centuries. These chambers showed signs of deliberate construction, not the natural caverns of the main aquifer, but rooms carved with tools and purpose by unknown hands. The original inhabitants, Thomas said quietly, running his weathered fingers along worked stone walls. Before the colonists came, before the city was even imagined, indigenous peoples who understood these waters in ways we're only beginning to appreciate. Batman's enhanced vision revealed symbols carved into the stone, not random markings, but what appeared to be a sophisticated mapping system, showing the relationship between surface watersheds and underground flow patterns. The knowledge preserved in these walls was extraordinary, representing generations of careful observation and hydraulic engineering. He knew about the sleeping creature, he realized, studying pictographs that clearly depicted the massive form in the main chamber. Not just knew about it, they built their entire water management system around its presence. Killer Croc examined the carvings with professional interest. Look at these flow diagrams. They're more accurate than anything in the city's modern plans. These people understood that the creature's breathing patterns affected water pressure throughout the entire system. As they moved deeper into the complex, they discovered chambers that served different functions, some clearly designed for water storage, others arranged for what appeared to be ceremonial purposes, but all were connected by channels that worked in harmony with the creature's natural rhythms. A living system, Thomas observed with growing wonder. They didn't just manage the water, they partnered with it, made themselves part of the ecosystem instead of trying to control it. In the heart of the ancient complex, they found the chamber that explained everything. The walls were covered with detailed carvings showing the full scope of the underground ecosystem. Not just one sleeping creature, but an entire community of them, connected through the water system that extended far beyond Gotham's current boundaries. There are others, Batman said, studying the comprehensive maps. The creature in the main chamber is just one part of a much larger network. These carvings show connections extending for miles in every direction. Killer Croc's expression showed a mixture of awe and concern. It explains the pressure fluctuations I've been tracking. The system's not just local, it's regional. When one creature stirs, it affects the others through the water connections. Oracle's voice crackled through Batman's communicator with new urgency. Batman, Elena Rodriguez is reporting unusual activity in water systems throughout the tri-state area. Pressure readings from as far away as Metropolis are showing the same kinds of fluctuations you've been tracking in Gotham. The implications were staggering. The ancient ecosystem didn't recognize modern city boundaries or political divisions. It was a living network that connected vast distances through underground waterways, with each sleeping creature serving as both a node and a guardian of the system's stability. The construction moratorium in Gotham was just the beginning, Batman realized. If this system extends as far as these maps suggest, we need to coordinate with multiple cities, maybe multiple states. Thomas studied the pictographs with the careful attention of someone who had learned to read the underground world's subtle signs. The old people, they had protocols for this, ceremonies, rituals, but really just ways of monitoring the system's health. Making sure human activity didn't disrupt the balance, Batman activated his communicator. Oracle, I need you to contact the Justice League's Environmental Monitoring Network. We're looking at a situation that extends far beyond Gotham's jurisdiction. As they explored further, they discovered that the ancient engineers had built their complex with the same kind of hybrid approach that Killer Croc had independently developed, combining natural systems with carefully planned modifications that enhanced rather than replaced the ecosystem's existing functions. Centuries of accumulated knowledge, Croc said with professional admiration. And we almost lost it all because we thought we could build something better without understanding what was already here. The water in the ancient chambers was remarkably clear, fed by springs that had remained unpolluted despite decades of urban development above. Fish swam in the deeper pools. Not the mutated creatures one might expect in an urban underground, but species that had adapted to the unique conditions of the aquifer system over centuries. A whole world down here, Thomas marveled, watching the fish move through the clear water. Not just surviving, but thriving. Makes you wonder what else we've missed by focusing only on the surface. As they documented the ancient complex, Batman found himself thinking about the implications for his own mission. Protecting Gotham meant more than stopping crime or preventing disasters. It meant understanding the city as part of larger systems, recognizing connections that extended far beyond what was visible from the surface. The creature in the main chamber, he said to Killer Croc. It's not just sleeping, it's monitoring, isn't it? Responding to changes throughout the entire network. Croc nodded, his understanding of the system's complexity growing with each new discovery. That's why it got agitated when the construction increased. Not because of local disruption, but because it sensed threats to the network's stability from multiple locations. They spent hours mapping the connections between chambers, following water channels that led to passages sealed by careful stonework. Some of the seals were ancient, placed by the original builders. Others were more recent, showing evidence of maintenance and repair over the centuries. Someone's been maintaining this system, Batman observed, studying the newer stonework. Not just the original builders, but generations of caretakers who understood its importance. Thomas's expression grew thoughtful. There have always been people who knew about the deep places. Folks who stayed underground, learned the old ways. Most of the surface world forgot, but some of us remembered. As they prepared to leave the ancient complex, Killer Croc made final adjustments to pressure monitors he had installed throughout the chamber system. The devices would allow him to track the health of the entire network, responding to changes before they became crises. "This changes everything," he said, reviewing the data streams from multiple monitoring points. Managing the Gotham system was complex enough, but this is like trying to conduct an orchestra spread across multiple cities. Batman considered the resources that would be needed to properly protect such an extensive ecosystem. "You won't be working alone. Elena Rodriguez has contacts in water management agencies throughout the region, and the Justice League has experience with coordination across multiple jurisdictions." The ancient creature's breathing patterns had stabilized completely, its movements now synchronized with the subtle flows throughout the extended network. The harmony was beautiful to observe, a living demonstration of how individual elements could work together to create something larger than their separate parts. As they climbed back toward the surface, following routes that Thomas had mapped over years of careful exploration, Batman reflected on what the night had revealed. Gotham's underground was connected to systems that extended far beyond the city's boundaries, part of an ancient network that had been functioning for centuries before the first human settlements appeared. "Master Bruce," Alfred's voice came through the communicator as they neared the upper tunnels. "I've been monitoring communications from water management agencies throughout the region. It seems your discoveries have implications that extend quite far indeed." "How far?" Batman asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. "Initial reports suggest network activity as far south as Washington, D.C., and as far north as Montreal. We're looking at a continental ecosystem, sir, with Gotham as just one node in a much larger system." The scope was overwhelming, but also inspiring. The ancient builders had created something that transcended individual communities, connecting vast distances through careful engineering and deep understanding of natural systems. It was a reminder that the most impressive achievements often came from working with existing patterns, rather than trying to impose new ones. Killer Croc paused at a junction where modern sewers intersected with the ancient passages. "I've been thinking about what you said earlier, about teaching this to the city engineers. But maybe it's bigger than that. Maybe it's time for all the cities connected to this network to learn how to work together." "Consortium," Batman agreed. "Environmental protection that crosses political boundaries, because the ecosystem doesn't recognize them." Thomas smiled, his weathered face showing the satisfaction of someone who had long hoped for exactly this kind of recognition. The old people would have liked that idea. They never saw the water as belonging to any one group. It was a shared responsibility, a common heritage. As they emerged into the pre-dawn streets of Gotham, the city around them looked different. Not just a collection of buildings and streets, but one node in a vast network of connected systems. The lights in the windows represented not just individual lives, but part of a larger community that extended through the underground waterways to distant cities and ancient ecosystems. Oracle's voice provided a final update as they prepared to part ways. "Batman, I've established contact with water management officials in 12 cities. They're all reporting similar patterns of unusual activity. and they're all interested in coordinating their response. Elena Rodriguez is organizing a conference call for tomorrow morning. And the Justice League? Batman asked. Already briefed. They're treating this as a continental environmental issue that requires international cooperation. Superman is reaching out to his contacts in the scientific community, and Wonder Woman has expressed particular interest in the historical and cultural aspects of the ancient systems. Killer Croc's expression showed a mixture of hope and trepidation. Never thought I'd be working with the Justice League. Spent so many years thinking I was just a monster. You're an engineer who saved multiple cities, Batman corrected, and a guardian who protected something that most people don't even know exists. That makes you exactly the kind of person the League works with. The sun was beginning to rise as they reached the point where their paths would diverge. Thomas would return to his community in the tunnels, carrying news of the discoveries and the promise of better coordination with surface authorities. Killer Croc would meet with Elena Rodriguez to begin the complex work of integrating ancient wisdom with modern water management systems, and Batman would return to Wayne Manor with a renewed understanding of what it meant to protect Gotham. The city was not an isolated entity, but part of connections that extended through time and space, linked to other communities through systems that had been functioning since before recorded history. This is just the beginning, he said as they prepared to separate. Understanding the network is one thing. Learning to work with it, to protect it, while allowing the cities above to continue growing. That's going to take time and collaboration on a scale we've never attempted. But we have help, Thomas pointed out, gesturing toward the underground passages where other communities waited to share their accumulated knowledge. And we have the example of people who made it work for centuries before us. Killer Croc nodded toward the monitoring equipment that would track the ancient system's health. And we have technology that the old builders never dreamed of. Not to replace their work, but to enhance it. To help us understand and protect what they created. As Batman made his way back to the Batcave, he carried with him the memory of the ancient chambers and their carved walls, the sleeping creatures and their interconnected dreams, the clear water that connected distant cities through pathways older than human memory. The night had revealed not just a crisis averted, but a new understanding of the complexity and beauty of the systems that supported all life above ground. The Batcave welcomed him with its familiar sounds and shadow, but now he saw it differently, not just as a base of operations, but as another node in the vast network of caves and passages that connected Gotham to the wider world. Alfred waited with coffee and dry clothes, as promised, but also with reports that would begin the complex work of coordination and protection on a continental scale. Master Bruce, Alfred said as Batman began his debriefing, I believe you've discovered something that will change how we think about urban planning and environmental protection for generations to come. We've rediscovered something, Batman corrected. The knowledge was always there, preserved by people who understood its importance even when the surface world forgot. And in the deep chambers beneath Gotham, the ancient creature slept peacefully in its dark pool, its breathing synchronized with the rhythms of a network that connected sleeping giants across vast distances. The water flowed in channels carved by forgotten hands, carrying messages between communities that had learned to work together across the boundaries of time and space. The city above was safer because of guardians it would never see, protected by systems it barely understood, connected to places it had never considered. And in the spaces between surface and depth, between known and unknown, the work continued, patient, persistent, and essential to the survival of everything that lived and breathed in the complex ecosystem that was the modern world. Batman would carry the memory of this night as a reminder that heroism often looked different than expected. that sometimes the greatest courage lay not in dramatic confrontation, but in the quiet persistence of those who chose to guard what others never even knew was at risk. Gotham's foundations were stronger for having guardians at every level, protectors who understood that true security came not from controlling every variable, but from respecting the complex relationships that made life possible in the spaces between order and mystery, surface and depth, the city that was seen and the city that dreamed in darkness below. And so our tale of Gotham comes to an end. Let the gentle night embrace you as you drift toward peaceful dreams, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, the Dark Knight watches over his city. If you're not asleep yet, we will now play the ambience of Gotham City at night to help you fall asleep. And if you were just listening to our tales, we will see you next time. Good night and sleep well.